up already. So here we've got Tiffany and Jade and Nia in a triple threat match. So that is for the women's championship. So obviously Tiffany champion. And it does remind me, because I was sat here thinking, oh, there's something I need to do. I just want to put a poll up. Who leaves as champion? Who leaves as champion? Who do you think is going to leave tonight as champion? Do you think Tiffany is going to retain? Do we think Nia is going to get the championship? Or could it be Jade Cargill? So who do we think is going to be leaving as the champion? We've just put that poll up now. So that, I'm guessing, is our main event. I haven't seen the match order. But obviously, Women's Championship on the line. Got to think that's there or thereabouts for the main event. Then we got Cody Rhodes. He is looking to his Crown Jewel showdown with Seth. Now, I don't know how you're going to stretch this out, honestly, over a few weeks, because I thought what they did on Monday was really good. I don't know if Seth maybe gives the watch back and maybe Cody tries to convince him, you know, not that it massively matters, but tries to convince him that, you know, he has a healthy appreciation for Seth and that there is kind of a love and a bond that is there. There is a friendship that exists. And I wonder if we're just going to dig into that a little bit further. And we saw Seth looking at that watch as Becky was ranting in the background. And so I think they are trying to plant seeds of Seth trying to decide whether Cody is a friend or not. And yeah, I don't know. I mean, at the moment, it's not the biggest kind of story in the world. But what I would say is I think it could shape where we're going. That friendship with Cody, it might be anchoring Seth a little bit in the sense of he hasn't, like, Seth obviously was a babyface and he kind of turned heel and he joined up with Heyman and he's put together the Vision, and we've already seen Sammy trying to appeal to Seth. We've seen Sammy, not long after the Vision was created, trying to say to Seth, like, this isn't the path you should be going down. And, you know, we kind of haven't had too many people speak into Seth, trying to kind of bring him back to a good side. And I'm not saying that Cody's trying to do that, but it does feel like a bit of a final strand, this. It does feel like a final link to him as a babyface. And, you know, I suppose in a way you could build up, he's got a bit of a choice to make here, you know? Is he going to go full-blown Dr. Evil? Is he going to give that watch back? Is he going to beat up Cody and maybe leave the watch on Cody's body and say, like, you know, our friendship, our bond never meant anything and it never will? And, you know, or is he going to... You know, is he going to go into that match still confused? Is he going to go into that match still not sure what the watch means? As I said, it's not a big deal. It's not like the most compelling story in the world. How you stretch that out over 3 weeks, I think, will be a little bit of a challenge. But I can only think it's going to be something along those lines. I can only think it's going to be something to do with the watch and the friendship, unless it really escalates and we start getting, like, Becky involved and Brandy involved, and we really start going down some bonkers roads. So, I don't know, what is Cody going to say here? What can Cody say here after what I thought was a pretty solid, pretty good Raw segment? Then we've got Sammy. He's got another United States Open challenge, so hopefully that'll be good. Don't know who that's against, actually. Haven't really seen much in the way of rumour, so we've done the Carmelo match. I don't remember us setting up another match. We know that Shinsuke has been around in the background, so, I mean, it could be Shinsuke, but, yeah, good. They've been a real positive for SmackDown. And then we got Michin and B-Fab taking on Julia and Kiana James. So that was sort of mentioned last week. I remember talking about that in our Talking Points video. A lot of people wanted to know where Julia was. Well, she is here. She is on the show. It is in a bit of a pointless tag match, but she is on the show. So, yes, celebrate good times. Okay, Dean, shout out to you, my friends. Dean said, hey, Daze. Hi, Dean. Hope you well, buds. says the Saudi money and WWE being about money, is it safe to assume that Saudi is going to demand all the manias after 2027, leaving us with just WrestlePalooza every year instead? Dean, shout out to you, my friend. So, I mean, what I would say to that is certainly one of the concerns. One of the concerns is that I don't know that they're going to demand all of the manias at this stage. I think they could have a word where they say we are interested in more manias after this, but they might want to see how this one goes first. They might be interested to see, you know. It's so hard to know what they're trying to achieve, in the sense of, I know why they want Mania. They want Mania because they want the eyes of the world to be on them. And whilst the eyes of the world is on them, they want to present the best version of themselves. I mean, that is what sports washing is, right? It is where you kind of show the world your best side, you hide the bad things that are going on in your country, and you try to kind of represent yourself, right? Repackage yourself as an exciting tourist destination, and you try to get that as a reputation rather than the reputation which was all to do with, you know, women's rights, not being equal to men, and, you know, all the other kind of human rights issues that have been spoken about in the past. So we understand why they're doing what they're doing. We understand they're trying to boost their tourism. They're trying to use sport and WWE as a way of kind of repackaging themselves, representing themselves. So that's fine, but how do you measure that? Like, how do you actually gauge if that is working or not? Like, what is success to them? I mean, the money doesn't matter, does it? They've got so much money, it doesn't matter. I mean, we looked, they've got about $1 trillion in their wealth funds. And that is just to spend money, right? That is just to spend. So they've got like a trillion. So if they've spent 200 million on WrestleMania, then it doesn't matter. I mean, they could have the next 5 WrestleManias. They will have spent $1 billion, you know. They've got $1 trillion. So, like, it's just, it's kind of unfathomable the amount of money that they are playing with, right? If you're dealing with anything in the millions, Saudi can just have it, no problems whatsoever. So, WrestleMania, I would say, is in big trouble for that, yes. And my gut feeling is they probably, for them, it's so inconsequential. It so does not matter spending 200 million on WrestleMania that, to be honest, you know, if they spend $1 billion, that's probably a bit more significant. But if it gets them 5 Manias, then, you know, they might just commit to that. They might be like, yeah, we'll have five Manias. I would hope that WWE, though, I would hope they wouldn't just give them the next 5. I would hope that they would be like, well, let's space it out, shall we? Let's give you 5 out of the next 10. And then that way we can still do Las Vegas. We can do Florida. We can do New Orleans. We can do New York. You know, you've got to serve these places that have had Manias before and will have Manias again. This is where London, we've spoke about it, this is where London really struggles. There's no way London is going to get into a bidding war with Saudi Arabia. And there's no way that London, I think, even wants to get in any bidding war whatsoever. So is there concern that Saudi are just going to snap up a lot of the future WrestleManias? Yes, 100%. Have they already done it? Well, we don't know. There's no word on it. And part of me wonders if they want to see how the first one goes. Part of me wonders if they want to just see, like, is it even worth it, right? Or maybe the conversations have already sort of been had. We want, you know, Manias, and we're going to spend X amount for the next so many years. To be honest, I mean, that is not a nightmare scenario for WWE. If someone wants to pay them $1 billion for 5 of the next 10 WrestleManias, I mean, WWE will do absolute cartwheels over that news. That news will be nothing but celebrated. If you can get like 1 point some billion for your TV pay-per-views, like they've just got from ESPN. And if you can get like $1 billion from just having Raw on Netflix, you know, they would love to get $1 billion for SmackDown, and they would love to get like $1 billion for the next 5 WrestleManias, and they'd love to get $1 billion for the next 5 SummerSlams. You know, this is where WWE makes its money. Forget ticket sales. Ticket sales are absolutely nothing compared to the money that's coming in from selling things like WrestleMania and things like Raw. And I mean, that I saw a breakdown, actually. We looked at a breakdown. I can't remember if it was on a previous stream. It came from WrestleNomics, and it just sort of showed how WWE had made its money recently. And it was staggering to see that ticket sales, I mean, I can't remember the exact numbers, but it was something like 70 million from ticket sales. And, you know, you think about how much they're making from that one WrestleMania. I mean, word on the street is that WrestleMania next year, they've got 200 million for it. Don't know if that's true, but it's believed to be about 200 million, right? So if you think 200 million for that one WrestleMania, and then you look at how much they made from ticket sales in 1 year was about 70 million, it kind of starts to show where they're really making money, and it ain't tickets. And this is why I think tickets is so annoying, because tickets are really expensive, and they could definitely take a little hit on tickets. Like, they can afford, with the amount of money that's being thrown around at the moment, they could afford for the tickets to not be as high as what they are. But the truth is, when you're a business like TKO, you're going to be cutthroat absolutely everywhere. I mean, it is about saving as much money as you can, keeping the budgets as tight as you can, only spending what you really have to spend, and then obviously bringing in as much money as you can. And there is no compassion, no leeway in that mathematical equation, right? It is as simple as that. In the dog-eat-dog business worlds, you bring in as much as possible and you spend as little as possible. And, you know, that's it. Ticket prices are where they are. They'll keep rising. Get more sponsorships coming in. They'll take any sponsorship they can get. They'll slap as many logos on the ring as they possibly can. I am actually shocked we do not have wrestlers being sponsored. I feel like that is something that will happen in the future, where there'll be a logo on the ring gear where individual wrestlers get sponsored. I mean, if you're a company like, say, Slim Jim, and you're associated with Macho Man, it's not that hard of a reach to believe that Slim Jim would pay money to have their logo on Macho Man if he was still around and wrestling. I mean, LA Knight, I think, has kind of taken over that responsibility a little. I don't think he's the face of Slim Jim quite like Macho Man was, but would you be surprised if LA Knight started coming down to the ring wearing a Slim Jim shirt, having Slim Jim just printed on his trunks, on the side of his trunks, or nothing big. I'm not saying he's going to come down like a flipping Slim Jim, like the mascot, but just the logo, just on the trunks, just being somewhere on the jacket, entrance jacket, on the front, on the back, something along those lines. I mean, he's already associated with them. That's not a reach. That's not a big jump. And as soon as that starts happening, and maybe then Logan starts doing it with Prime, then all of a sudden you'll start to see other wrestlers coming down being sponsored by, you know, Jones Cookies and Barry's Bouncing Balls and whatever, right? Shout out to Barry. I am a big fan of his bouncing balls. So, yeah, it is, you can see the direction of travel. So, yeah, to answer your question, that is part of the concern, and there is a very, very, very good chance that Saudi gets many WrestleManias. I'd like to think WWE would put breaks in between and some breathing room in between, but it's long been rumoured that there would be one international WrestleMania and then there would be another later in the year that would stay in the US. And, you know, maybe we are seeing a little glimpse of that with WrestleMania going to Saudi and then WrestlePalooza sort of being that big show later in the year. The only thing I do want to finish, but I've got so much to say on this subject. The only thing that I just want to finally add is that I don't know about you, but to me, WrestlePalooza did not feel like it was meant to be an A show. My understanding is that when that show was booked, the ESPN deal was not meant to start so early. So in their mind, they booked an arena and they were going to book a card that was just going to be a B show, right? It was just a B show. And then obviously they found out that the ESPN deal was going to kick in early. So then they had to convince you it was actually going to be an A show. And so, I mean, I think it still ended up as a B show. For a lot of people, it did not have the shocks and the surprises and the moments to make it an A show. So I think if they are going to go with WrestlePalooza as like this big stadium show, WrestleMania type show, there was very little that kind of said that this year. I mean, you can probably only say Brock and AJ Lee are the only two things that made this show different. It was Brock's first match back in a couple of years and AJ Lee's first match back in 10 years. And really, outside of those two people, I don't think this show at all in any way felt like it was an A show. You might say Undertaker, but, you know, there's times where we do get legends popping up on PLEs. So I can't sit here and say categorically, yes, this is the direction of travel. But what I can tell you is that it's very obvious that Saudi have got money. They're willing to spend money. I can't see why WrestleMania won't be a success for them. And yeah, I think there's a good chance we do lose many of the future Manias. Kian, Daze, hope you are well. Having a good day in stream. I've been a bit bad all day with a bad cough. Thanks for letting me join the pod last night. I enjoyed it and having a laugh at how was your day. Hello, Kian. Hope you're well, buds. Yeah, you're welcome on the pods anytime. I mean, I love people coming on the pods. I thought it was a bit chaotic when Tommy was adding more and more. But we found a way of kind of making it work eventually where, like, you know, we could go around and get everyone to speak at, like, you know, rather than everyone speaking at the same time. So through the chaos, we found a way forward and I thought it was working. And then Tommy ended it. So the unpredictable nature of the Wrestling Escape Pod, eh? So, but I'm glad you enjoyed coming on and having a chat. My day has been pretty standard, honestly. I mean, I was up till about lunchtime, just doing a few bits and bobs, and then I went to bed, got up, had something to eat, and now here I am. So, yeah, my day kind of starts not long before the stream, to be perfectly honest with you. My day is not really that in-depth. So, yeah, I am ready for whatever they've got for us tonight. I'm just hoping we've got a good show. I mean, I do think the shows have been better recently, so I'm hoping that that's going to continue. And honestly, I'm not down on Crown Jewel. I know that champion versus champion divides opinion because really, who cares? It doesn't matter, right? But I am going to give them credit. I thought the segment they did on Monday with Seth and Cody, it made it a bit more than just champion versus champion. It made it a bit more. It made it like there's a backstory here. And, you know, Cody beat Seth 3-0. And then, of course, Seth helped Cody at WrestleMania 40. He was his tag partner on night one. Jumped into the ring, even though he hobbled to the ring with a chair. And that moment was the moment that kind of allowed Cody to just get that breather, get back in the match, and eventually secure the victory and become WWE champion for the first time. So their history is so intertwined that I think digging into that makes all the sense in the world. I think it makes it more interesting. So I'm looking forward to the Cody segment tonight. I'm looking forward to that match at Crown Jewel. Does it mean anything? No. I mean, who gives a flip about those rings? No one talks about them until we get back round to Crown Jewel. But I don't know. Maybe we'll look back in like 20 years' time and perhaps they will be a bigger deal. Perhaps they'll still be doing it and it'll be something that has really built up over time, and people really talk about it, and they value those rings, and it becomes a lot more of a talking point, you know. Right now, no one ever mentions the flipping Crown Jewel Championship and who won the rings and who's, you know what I mean? Like, it feels like it's just made up nonsense. Feels like it's made up nonsense because we were trying to find something special for Saudi Arabia. That's what it feels like. It feels like Saudi Arabia were paying all this money. They wanted something good for it, and we were like, oh God, what can we give them? We've kind of run out of legends. We've already tried, like, bringing Shawn back and Undertaker and Goldberg, and do you know what I mean? We even had Tyson Fury get into the ring. We had Cain Velasquez against Brock. Like, we've tried a few different things. I mean, they wanted Warrior and Yokozuna, and they're both dead. So we went and got a sumo wrestler because we thought they'd just be impressed with fat people. And it's like, oh, what can we do now? So it's like, well, how about we have champ versus champ? Yeah. And the winner gets the ultimate mega belt. Okay, let's do that. Let's try that. Maybe that'll keep them satisfied. And that's how it feels. It doesn't feel like this is an idea that is good for wrestling, if you will. It doesn't feel like this is an idea that we would have done without Saudi Arabia. That's the way I see the Crown Jewel Championship. If it wasn't for Saudi Arabia, I don't think we would be doing this. I think we just tried to find something that felt special for Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia don't flipping know. They haven't got a clue. They haven't got a clue about wrestling. Right? I mean, the fact they wanted Yokozuna and Ultimate Warrior all those years ago and they didn't even know they had died, that tells you kind of where their knowledge is of wrestling, right? So for me, WWE have gone, okay, how about this? We've got 2 world champs, right? How about we have champ versus champ, and the winner, yeah, you'll like this, the winner gets the Crown Jewel Championship. It's the biggest honor in all of wrestling. All the fans are going to see it as like the #1 title. It's the biggest prize. It's the biggest thing you can win. And you know the Saudis will be like, oh, wow, yeah, that sounds great. All the fans went, this is a nonsense. This is absolute nonsense. But I really think it was just to kind of sell the Saudis on something, you know, so they felt like they were getting their money's worth. So, yeah, that was last year. And then it looked like this year we weren't going to do it. It looked like this year we were just going to do Crown Jewel in Australia. There was even a rumour that we were not going to actually have the belt involved. So, yeah, it really felt like we were going to not even do the thing. So, but we are. And, okay, I'm not down on it. I think Cody versus Seth will be a really great match. And personally, I'm just really pleased we're digging into the backstory. I'm just really pleased that we're not just doing champ versus champ and a whole story about who is better. I'm pleased that there's more depth to it than that. And, you know, Seth looking at the watch and everything. Good. Let's go. Good. I'm on boards. But the rest of it's pretty much of a nonsense. Eventually, though, it might gain some traction. Once we've had a few and people maybe talk about it a bit more and the fans kind of talk about it a bit more and it becomes part of the fabric of pro wrestling a bit more, maybe it will gain some traction. Right, Mohammed said, Daze, what are your thoughts on the rift between Cena and Triple H regarding Cena's farewell tour bookings? Cena wasn't happy with Brock match and the result. Triple H wasted key talents as well as AJ, Balor, Damian, and many. Well, I don't know about this word. I don't know. Is this something that's dropped today? Because I have not seen that John Cena's upset with Triple H. So if that's news that maybe has dropped today that I've not seen, then I can't massively comment on it. So the only thing I'm going to say is I'm not aware of a rift between John and Triple H. I think that John just wrestles whoever they put in front of him. I think the Brock one is an exception. I don't think Cena will have had any problem with any of the matches he's had this year. He was on board and apparently quite excited about the heel turn. So even though the heel turn didn't quite work, John was on board with it. Triple H told the story in WWE Unreal that he had a meeting with John. And after John left the room, he was quite quiet. And Triple H was like, don't know if he's totally on board with this. But then Triple H got these text messages like, I could do this, we could do that, we could do this. And apparently he was quite excited. That's what Triple H tells, right? That's the side Triple H tells, that John was a bit hesitant seemingly at first. But once he left the room and thought about it, he was like, yeah, we could do this. No, I think this will be good. So, a lot of people criticize the heel turn and the heel run. I think the turn's brilliant, but the run is rubbish. And but John seemingly was on board with that. So I don't think John would be upset with Triple H. I think they tried some and it didn't work. Then I think they turn him back face. They do that on the eve of SummerSlam, and that is his best match. And no denying SummerSlam against Cody is his best match. I don't think he'll be down on that. I mean, match-wise, it got a lot of praise. It put the belt onto Cody. John did 17. That box was ticked. Cody gets the win over John. I think Cena will be pleased to have kind of handed that baton over. It's kind of like my race is run. Here you go, Cody. You take the baton now. That's what SummerSlam felt like. I don't think John has got I don't think John's got a lot of love for Logan, but I don't think he hates Logan. So that one is maybe one he wouldn't be. I don't know that he would necessarily choose Logan, but I don't know that that's one he'd be upset by. To be honest with you, the only thing I could see Cena being not thrilled about would be Brock. Triple H kind of making out that Brock had been selected. And, Cena kind of coming out saying they deal them, I play them, and making it very clear that he did not select Brock, right? I don't think that's a rift. I think it's maybe a miscommunication and misunderstanding. There's a lot of times where Triple H will say something and it gets not taken out of context, but it gets... There's always an exception, or there's always that rule doesn't totally fit. Like, I don't want to defend Triple H, but I think when he says, like, John, we tried to give John what he wants, kind of a thing, right? We tried to do, give John the opponents that he wants. I think there probably is some truth in that when he sat down with John in that original meeting, I bet there is some truth that John went, well, how about this person? How about we redo Randy? How about we redo CM Punk? I don't think John ever had a list that was, these are the names I want. But I do believe that Triple H and John spoke about potential opponents. And John came up with some names of people that he'll wrestle. If it doesn't happen, it doesn't. If it does, it does. And I could believe that what Triple H was talking about was that. I could believe that Triple H was saying we wanted to give John all the opponents that he wanted, right? And I bet those are just the names that he mentioned in that meeting. I bet that's it. I don't think John had a list of, these are the names I'm facing, get it sorted, right? I bet it was more like just in conversation, like, what do you think about like doing another match with CM Punk? I bet it was just John saying things like that, where he's not saying, I definitely want this match, but it's like, maybe we could revisit that. And Triple H going, yeah, let's do it. Yeah. And in Triple H's mind, that's him giving John the opponent he wants. It's not that John really wanted that person. He was just like, it would be cool. I'm down for it. But the thing is that because that's how I interpret it, I don't think John ever mentioned Brock. I don't think he did. And so when Triple H is saying, look, we're just trying to do this the best way we can, we're just trying to give John all the opponents that he wants, immediately everyone's brain went, oh, so John wanted Brock. And if you're Triple H, I don't think you really thought about it in the detail of every single person John faces, John requested. I hope I'm being clear. I hope I'm like making sense. I'm trying to say, like, I bet the vast majority John did discuss. And so Triple H said we're trying to give him the opponents he wants. But just because there was one that wasn't discussed, Triple H didn't really think about that when he made that comment, you know? So that's my interpretation of it. The only one I think that Cena would have an issue with would be like the Brock one, but I mean he's got a history with Brock. And Cena's in a difficult position because Cena's still friends with Vince. Cena's still friends with Vince, and Vince obviously is way worse than Brock. I mean, Vince is the person that's got all these allegations against him from Janelle. Brock was just involved. Brock wasn't like the driving force behind that scandal. He was just involved. Vince was the driving force, according to the allegations. Yeah, he was the one that got into the relationship. He was the one that was pressuring Janelle into doing things. Well, John hasn't abandoned Vince. He was on Howard Stern. You can see an interview with John Cena on Howard Stern where he talks about being there for Vince and basically saying to Vince, you've got a hill to climb. You know, this is going to be a real mountain that you're going to have to try and overcome here. And Howard Stern was like, it's such an awful situation to be in. I know what it's like to have friends that are accused of having done something, and you don't want to abandon your friend, certainly if you don't even know if it's true or not. But equally, can you stay with a friend that has done something like that? I mean, Vince is not just John's boss. Vince has been like a father figure to John. I mean, if you think about how much work John Cena's done, I mean, he was at all the house shows. He was on like every week's Raw and sometimes SmackDown and PLEs, and he was going to media. He's done more Make-A-Wish than anyone else. I mean, he was as involved in WWE as I think it's possible to be for the last 20 odd years. You're going to be around Vince a lot in that time. And so as a result, how do you just end that friendship? How do you just walk away now? How do you just go, no, I'm out? I think it is really difficult. I think actually it's quite hard for people to have a conversation about, because it feels like the correct answer should be no, you just walk away. But it's harder than that, because I mean you still don't know the truth. I mean, maybe it'll be easier once you find out what that person has actually done. That, you know, and it's fact and it's out and it's been heard in court, maybe then you can walk away. But right now, where it's allegations, I mean, I would imagine if you was in that situation, like me, you would go and speak to your friend about it and get their point of view. Try to understand what's true, what isn't true. What are they saying? Is he saying it's all true and I've made a horrible mistake and I'm a horrible person? Or is he saying none of it is true? All my text messages, they are just being taken out of context. Or who knows? But the thing is, he's still friends with Vince. Or at least he was. Whether that's changed recently, I'm not sure. But the Howard Stern interview wasn't that long ago. And so he's still friends with Vince. So hard to see him having a big issue with Brock when you think that he's still friends with Vince. So I don't know about this falling out. I'm not sure about a falling out or some issue between Cena and Triple H. If there was an issue, I'm thinking it's probably more to do with the Brock match. But I don't know that the Brock match is going to upset Cena that much. I feel like it's job done. On we go. And he's probably now really excited about facing AJ Styles. And he's probably just talking to Triple H about, right, what's the final match and what's the plan and blah, 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 blah. So, yeah, I think, I don't know. I mean, I think sometimes, and I'm not saying in this case, but I think sometimes fans start creating their own narrative, because what they do is they start reading speculation about what's going on. And they start reading about oh, God, I bet Cena hated that. I bet Cena. I mean, did you see that Cena came out with a message that was like, Triple H, are you listening to the fans? Like, that's Cena telling us he's not happy. I mean, because he did that. He came out, is like, AJ Styles, are you listening? More importantly, Triple H, are you listening? And he tweeted that out, right? Because he was trying to get the AJ Styles match made for Crown Jewel. But, I mean, we found out that match has been in the books for a long time. This match was apparently always going to happen. This is just how they've gone about doing it. So not everything you see is true. Certainly not in the world of professional wrestling. There's a lot of things that go on that aren't as they seem. So, I don't know. If there is a report today that there is a big falling out, I'll be very interested to read on it, and it may change my perspective on a few things. But as I'm sat here right now, with everything I've seen, that's kind of how it feels to me. Connor, shout out to you. I hope you're well. And Rent Free said, Daze, hello. Now that Cena's career is almost over, do we consider Cena on the same level as Hogan, Rock, and Austin? In other words, is he really the greatest of all time? I don't know that I can say he's the greatest of all time, but I do consider him to be on the same level as Hogan, Rock, and Austin, yes. I think for me, it simply comes down to, was you the undeniable face of your era? Now, it's a little more complicated with The Rock, but I think he does have moments, right? Stone Cold, I think, is undeniably the face of the late 90s for WWE, right? Going into the very, very early 2000s. But I think he is undeniably the face, right? The Rock is so charismatic. He was Stone Cold's greatest rival, that in many ways, Hogan didn't really have a great rival, to be honest. If you look at Hogan's WrestleMania run, he faces like Roddy Piper in that kind of first year. But then at WrestleMania 2, he's facing King Kong Bundy. And then at WrestleMania 3, he's facing Andre. At WrestleMania 4, it's Andre again. And at 5, it's Macho Man. At 6, it's Ultimate Warrior. At 7, it's Sergeant Slaughter. At 8, it's Sid. At 9, he jumps in the ring after a tag match to win the title in the main event from Yokozuna. And then at that time, he goes over to WCW. So if you look at his WrestleMania matches, there's only Andre the Giant that he faces twice. I don't think you would say, I wouldn't say that Andre was Hogan's great rival. I think they had a feud. I think it was a very important feud. But I wouldn't say that he was his great rival like I would with Stone Cold and The Rock. Stone Cold and The Rock, to me, are each other's greatest rival. And to me, they kind of both symbolize the Attitude Era as a result. If I had a gun to my head and I had to say who was the bigger star, I would say Stone Cold. I would say Stone Cold was ahead of The Rock. But The Rock is Stone Cold's greatest rival. And they are so synonymous with each other that they both kind of make it from that period. So Hogan absolutely dominates the 80s. There's no denying that. We struggle in the 90s where we're looking at Bret, we're looking at Shawn. It gave them a chance to elevate their standings, but it didn't get them to the top level. I would not say that Bret is on that same pedestal as Hogan and Stone Cold, because Bret kept being given the belt and then it got took off him and just wasn't, he couldn't, that new generation, if it had been stronger, if it had been more successful, if Bret had been, you know, maybe a better champion, right? I mean, the sad truth is Bret as champion doesn't massively draw, doesn't turn the ship around. I mean, it takes the Attitude Era to get WWE out of the doldrums. So I think that's the black mark against Bret, really, is that when he was on top, the business wasn't doing well. Same with Shawn, the business wasn't doing well. Same with Diesel. Diesel's champion for a year. It's one of the worst years in WWE history. So, you know, we look at Bret, we look at Shawn, we look at Diesel, we look at Sid, we even give Undertaker a go. And it's not kind of working. So I think obviously there's varying degrees of success, but that's what we're doing in the 90s. We come out of Hulkamania, we go into this mad kind of who's the next guy. Is it Brett? Is it Shawn? Is it Sid? And listen, some of the creative was atrocious. If some of these people had better creative, maybe we could have got somewhere. But they didn't, and it was a horrible time, and so that's why they, for me, don't get to that level, right? It took the Attitude Era, it took Stone Cold, it took The Rock in order for us to get the good times back. So Hogan for the 80s. I would even throw Sammartino in, honestly. I think Sammartino dominates WWE in the 60s, and he is the guy in the 70s as well. It's always shocking to me when we have these conversations that Sammartino doesn't get mentioned more, because he was WWE in a period of time where we just don't have lots of visibility, and I think that hurts his standing. But the living legend, he was every bit as big as Hogan in the 60s and the 70s. I think you got to put Sammartino on that list. It's just because we can't sit here and have conversations about his great feuds and watch his matches and all that sort of stuff, because it was a very dark period. Like, there was no WrestleManias, there was no pay-per-views, there was TV shows, and a lot of those TV shows have not kind of found the light of day. So when I say a dark period, I mean, like, literally we don't have visibility. But you can read all about that time period, and you can even watch from that time period. I mean, when Bruno loses the belt in Madison Square Garden, they won't, to Ivan Koloff, they won't give Koloff the belt because they're worried there'll be a riot, and that is after Bruno has been champion for 7 years. Imagine that. Imagine a WWE champion for 7 years. And you can't give the belt to the person that's just beat him because you're worried the fans are going to riot at Madison Square Garden. That footage exists, actually. You can hear a flipping pin drop. People are shocked that this title run has now come to an end, and Bruno drops the belt to Koloff, and it's like shocking. So I honestly put Bruno up there, but there is an asterisk. Because, of course, that was not when it was Vince's company. That's when it was his dad's company. So there is a big difference, right? But anyway, then you got Hogan, you got the 90s, you got Rock, Stone Cold. And then, yes, when you get to the 2000s and the 2010s, more the 2000s, but definitely 2010s as well, early 2010s, we are looking at John Cena as being the guy. We are looking at John Cena as being the face of the company, the undeniable face of the company. I don't really see any difference with Cena being Super Cena and beating everyone and being the top guy and being the flag bearer and main event in multiple WrestleManias. I mean, he main events like flipping 6 Manias or something. I mean, he, like those, the WrestleMania in the 20s, I mean, a lot of those are Cena's. So just like how those early ones were Hogan's, for me, there's no difference. So, yeah, to me, he is absolutely that level. He's absolutely that level because he dominated an era just like Hogan did, just like Stone Cold did, just like The Rock did to a degree. I tell you the more interesting one is Brock Lesnar on that level because, I mean, I think Roman is. I think Roman's also that level. I think if you look at what the Bloodline just did, it's hard to make an argument that he isn't. I think he just had a 4-year title run during and coming out of the pandemic, which absolutely kickstarted us into a new era, the TKO era, the Paul Levesque era, and it laid the foundation for where we are right now. And this is on top of him main eventing WrestleMania many, many times as a babyface. So not only does he have a run as a babyface where he's shoved down our throats, but then he has a run as a heel, and we have all the Bloodline. And yeah, I think he absolutely is that level as well. But greatest of all time is different, isn't it? To say you're one of those names is fine, but to say you're the greatest of those names is a bit different. So there we go. Connor said, Daze, in the triple threat match tonight, do we see Jade having a chance to win? I think they've all got a chance to win. Or do we see Tiffany winning? I personally think Tiffany wins. I think Tiffany retains, and just looking at the poll, it seems like a lot of you feel that way as well. So Tiffany, 60%. Jade, 32%. Nia, 7%. That's where our poll is right now. So we are sneaking our way up to 400 votes. 60% Tiffany, 32% Jade, 7% Nia Jax. So, yeah, you lot are pretty confident Tiffany retains. I'm leaning that way as well. Okay, Cadet said, wasn't it rumoured a little while ago that Jordan was going to go up to the main roster? Honestly, I don't recall. But yes, I think it will happen. That's an interesting one, actually, because we were just talking about Cena being friends with Vince. And, like, obviously there's a lot going on with Masha Slamovich at the moment, where she is accused of domestic abuse. She came out and made a statement, said she was in a very mutually destructive relationship. And she was kind of basically trying to make out that, yes, these things had happened, but it had been a two-way street sort of situation. And yeah, I mean, there's a load more texts that have come to light in the past 48 hours. There's a lot more kind of fuel that's been added to that fire. It doesn't look good. It really, really does not look good for Masha Slamovich. So Jordan Grace was good friends with Masha Slamovich. And so, you know, she's going to be in that situation where now there's a friend of hers getting cancelled. I mean, it's happened a lot in wrestling, actually. It's happened a lot where wrestlers have got cancelled for various different reasons. I mean, there was a lot, wasn't there? There was a whole movement. It wasn't Me Too. I don't think it was Me Too. There was a movement, wasn't there, where there was a lot of wrestlers that ended, like Travis Banks is one that comes to mind. Joey Ryan kind of comes to mind. And that was all around the pandemic time. And there was all these kind of women coming forward, like releasing all this information of wrongdoing, various types of wrongdoing. And there was a lot of wrestling. I mean, like, there's a lot of people in wrestling that probably know others that have been cancelled for various different reasons. Probably deservedly so. I'm not saying it wasn't deserved. I'm just saying, like, you know, it unfortunately happens. And I think Jordan's going through that now with the whole Masha situation. Whether she's going up to the main roster or not yet, I don't know. But she'll make it there eventually, I'm pretty sure. I have not been blown away by the Blake Monroe feud, to be honest. But yeah, we're going to be watching that this weekend. NXT No Mercy this weekend. Jordan against Blake. A weaponized cage match. Connor said, who do we think's going to be Sami Zayn's open challenge tonight? Well, I don't know. Is there any rumours? What's the word on the street? I mean, my thoughts will be that it'll be a mid-card person from... Okay. Well, apparently... PW Insider have got the spoiler. I'm gonna stay away from it. I'm gonna stay away from the spoiler. I genuinely don't know who it is. But what I've just seen let me show you actually. Sami Zayn's open challenge competitor, right? I'm guessing that means it's goods. Spoiler, Sami Zayn's challenger tonight is... But I'm not going to click it. I ain't going to click it. We'll just find out together. But he's on SmackDown. So, mid-card wise, if it's going to be someone good, I mean, I think Aleister Black's an option, right? Aleister Black's an option. I don't think you'd get excited about Apollo. I don't think we would use Axiom or anyone like that. We've already done Carmelo. So, Aleister would be a front runner. Damien, I wouldn't be too excited by, to be honest. I wouldn't use Wyatt 6. Drew's already in a feud. I don't think we would do Jacob. I don't think we'd do Jimmy. Johnny would be amazing. That's one I would love. That's one I want to see. That's one I want to see. I hope it's like, at the moment, Alistair or Johnny. No, injured. No. I don't mind Montez. I don't think we would use a tag guy, but I mean, if Montez answered the call, would you be down on it? I wouldn't. Montez versus Sammy. Nathan Frazier. Again, I'm not sure we would use the tag guy, but I'm here for it. I know, like, Johnny's a tag guy, but he did so much as a single star in NXT. And he did a lot as single star on the main roster as well. Plus also that match. Oh, my God, it would bang. It would be so good. If I was in creative, I'm looking... that match. I'm looking at him against Sammy. I'm looking at him against Sammy. I'm looking at him against Sammy. I'll look at Axiom as well. We've already done Rey Fenix. Shinsuke was lurking in the background, so that'll be one for the future. Santos Escobar I think that match would be good. I don't know that it's not the one I'd be most excited for, but I'd probably book it for a week, you know? Yeah, I'd probably book it. Miz, yeah, I'd probably book Miz, actually. Give Miz a run out. Remind the world of what the Miz can do. Remind the world of who the Miz is. Yeah, I would book the Miz against Sammy. But it wouldn't be my priority, right? I wouldn't book Howdy because I think Sammy would win. And I don't think Howdy with the US title, that doesn't feel right. Not at the moment. So I wouldn't do that. But yeah, Miz, Tommaso as well, actually. Not down on that. Not down on that. I don't know. I mean, I don't know who it is tonight, genuinely. If it turns out to be Santos, okay, match will be all right. Same with The Miz. Okay, match will be all right. I'm down for it. But if it turns out to be like flipping someone like Johnny or Tommaso or Axiom or Nathan, mate, it could be a match of the year. Could be a goddamn match of the year. Hey, talking of match of the year, did you see that news about Io going to Marigold's? That looks really good. That looks really interesting. So she's taking on Mayu Iwatani, is it? I really don't know much about her. The only thing I can tell you is that whenever they do those PWI lists, and they're like lists of the top women, I always see her name being there or thereabouts. So she's someone that's on my radar as a result of that, right? So I know that she is legit. I know that she is someone that I need to be paying attention to. And I love women's wrestling. I really do. I mean, I so enjoyed Evolution, and I think the women have killed it. I think the women are carrying WWE. I think Io has had... For me, if I had to vote who's the best in-ring competitor in all of WWE right now, Io gets my nod. Io is my pick. So, I mean, let's go. Io against this girl that I keep seeing being mentioned, that I'm told is amazing. They're going to have a match in October in Marigold's. Like, yeah, man. I want to see that. I want to know if it's true. I want to know if the hype is real. And I want to know if you put genuinely two of the most exciting talents in the whole world of professional wrestling, and they're both from the same country. So, you know, communication should not be an issue. I don't even know if they know each other, right? But if you put them two in the same, like, what magic can you create? This isn't like Sting Undertaker, where they're not really, either of them aren't really the greatest in ring. I mean, Undertaker was fantastic. There's loads of Undertaker matches I love. Same with Sting. But I don't think we would ever say that Undertaker was the best in-ring wrestler in the world. I don't think from a technical standpoint he was ever the greatest. Whereas legitimately, these two might be in the conversation for being the two of the absolute best. And we're going to put them in a ring and see what happens. I'm definitely down for that match, man. James said, if you actually miss someone that's not been around, you would be asking where they are, and I hope they are okay, says James. James, I hope you're all right. I've got a horrible ulcer, I think, right here. Glock said, I saw the greatest Facebook post ever. It said, I'm going to unfriend and unfollow everyone who doesn't believe in Joe Hendry. C's said, Mercedes is not better than EO. Oh, no, I don't think Mercedes is better. I can't massively comment, but I don't think Mercedes is better than EO. I think Mercedes is a great wrestler. I mean, I can only judge her really, from the clips that I've seen. I think she's a great wrestler, but I wouldn't personally say she was EO level. I don't know that people are looking over at Mercedes matches to see wrestling at its finest, wrestling in its kind of final form. I sort of feel like EO at Evolution had against Rhea one of the best women's matches I've ever seen. I mean, to me, that is the gold standards. That to me is like one of the best women's matches. I still can't decide whether Naomi getting involved makes it better or worse. I don't know. I mean, Naomi coming down and cashing in, I think it makes it worse. But because you watch this match only for the battle to not really result in anything, but both of them losing. But then you think about it, you go, well, that's quite poetic, isn't it? That's quite poetic how they've both fought for so long, tried to outmaneuver each other, outfox each other. In a way, you could say it's a bit like life. You could be battling against a competitor. You might have a coffee shop. They might have a coffee shop. And you're battling, going toe-to-toe. Who's going to get the most customers? Who's going to make the most money? Who's going to be the better coffee shop? And then in comes McDonald's, at the end of the war to sweep up all the customers because they can do it cheaper and they've got a drive-through. And in comes McDonald's and they take all the customers away. And I suppose in a way that's how it felt with Evolution, where you've got Io Rhea putting on a classic and then right at the very end, here's Naomi cashing in, winning the belt. So I don't know. I can't quite decide whether it made the match better or worse. But what I do know is that it was amazing. And then I don't even need to tell you how good their triple threat was. I loved their triple threat at WrestleMania. Amazing match. I mean, she's had some good matches as well on Raw. Do you remember her match against Rhea, where she won the title just before WrestleMania? Like, that was a good match as well. Io's had a fantastic year. But in all fairness, so was Mercedes. But yeah, the fact she's walking around with a load of belts that don't mean anything. No offense to Mercedes, but, she's walking around with a load of indie belts. Do you know what I mean? Of course, those companies are going to be thrilled to have Mercedes as their women's champion. It's a brilliant... Every time she gets photoed, I see these belts for companies I've never flipping heard of. So she's walking around with like all these belts, but I don't know how much value those belts are. Don't know how much those belts actually matter. It's really more when the bell rings, can you deliver from a match point of view? Do you know, at the end of the year, do you know what we should do? We should have a look at, say, something like Cage Match. And we should look at all the EO matches. We should look at all the Mercedes matches and any other people that women want to say was the best. And we'll see who had the highest scores and see. I mean, it's not the most scientific way, but it would be something. It would be better than just not having any kind of evidence. So we could absolutely do that. Go down and just add, maybe take the 20 highest rated matches for each person, add them together, who gets the highest score. That's actually a good idea. You could do that for all of WWE as well. And then again, it's not the most scientific way, but neither is the PW 500 that everyone just lost their brain over, that's just a list that some people at PW have just chucked together. So I mean, at least this would have at least some sort of fan input, So that's not a bad idea, honestly. Okay, Greta said 2025 has been a disaster. All we've got is match talk. Daze, this is the worst year in WWE history. I don't know, but I 95 was horrible. 95 was horrible. I mean, I feel like I could find enough about this year, and 2019 was horrible. I could find enough about this year that are talking points, major talking points. I mean, straight off the bat, Cena's heel turn, which it doesn't matter what it led to. Just that moment alone was a talking point. I mean, we spoke after that, like, where are we going? What does this mean? Blah, 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 blah. Is it good? Is it bad? I mean, that was a big moment. Then, of course, you've got what happened at WrestleMania with Paul Heyman aligning himself with Seth and the birth of the Vision. Then, of course, we found out that Braun and Bronson joined up with Seth, so we found all of that out. Then, of course, not only did we get all of that, but we had Naomi announcing her pregnancy and having to vacate a championship. That was obviously a talking point. We had Seth as well win Money in the Bank and then fake an injury. And then, of course, only to emerge at SummerSlam to show that he was going to be cashing in. You had the heel run of Cena, which was not great. I'm not going to raise that as a positive, but within there, you do have some moments like CM Punk doing Punkonomics, Cena doing the pipe bomb, which was quite well received by people, R-Truth getting released, and then the fans, you know, kind of demanding for his comeback. And so then, of course, he comes back and then he does that promo where he's cutting his hair. And I think the thing for me is that there are moments this year. There are things that have happened. It's just where they've led have been very underwhelming. And of course, most recently, and the one that I hope won't be underwhelming, is the return of AJ Lee. AJ Lee coming back recently and actually stepping foot in a WWE ring for 10 years. So I look at some of those moments, and of course then there are other moments, lesser moments. But I look at that and I go, do you know, I mean, they have done stuff. It's not like there hasn't been anything. There has been stuff, and there's been some great matches. Cody against Kevin at the Rumble, Sami Kevin at Elimination Chamber, that women's triple threat at WrestleMania, the men's triple threat the day before. As we said, Io against Rhea, the TLC match on SmackDown, the TLC match at SummerSlam, John Cena against Cody Rhodes. I mean, there have been great matches this year. There have been moments this year. It's just, I think for me, those moments have not kicked on to like anything better. Like the heel turn didn't lead to an amazing heel run. You know, the Vision being set up has not led to like the new bloodline. Right. So for me, there's things that have happened and the follow-up has just been underwhelming. And we know the weekly product has not been that captivating. A lot of average scores have been around like 6s and stuff like that. But I would not say this is the worst year in WWE history. I think that I could make a case. I could find enough stuff to go, no, there's stuff that's happened this year. There's things that have happened. And as a result, I think that this has not been as good as recent years. It's been a step down. But come on, we can't say that this is worse than the Thunderdome era, you know, when we had flipping zombies trying to eat the Miz. Or when we were at the Performance Center and there was some really awkward segments and there's no crowd reaction and it's just really just lifeless. And then you look at 2019 where Vince is still very much in charge and it was all a bit cringe. And there's like Roman having dog food tipped over him. And WrestleMania that was way too long, way too bloated. Main event, botchy kind of ending that left everyone like really underwhelmed. I mean, I look at 2019 and I'm like, oof. I look at 95 in particular. I mean, that is a historically bad year where the company was just in such a rut. It just really was financially hurting. Couldn't find that next Hogan. It looked at Brett. It looked at, I think we had Diesel at that time, and it just wasn't working. Just wasn't working. I mean, they were doing lots of, you know, like Duke the Dumpster Drozy and, you know, TL Hopper and, you know, the Goon and just all these people that were dressed as work people. And it was just, There was just no compelling storylines, and it was just so flat. I think we're a million miles from that, honestly. But I can't disagree. It's not been a brilliant year this year. There's no way of spinning it and saying that this is as good as it has been recently. I think this is a bad year compared to recent years. But yeah, no, I like where we are right now, actually. I'm probably feeling a bit more optimistic because I think where we are right now is actually not too bad. I think it's actually not too bad. With Sammy doing his open challenges, with Cody now back, with Roman about to return, with the fact that we got AJ Lee in, and with that Asuka story, with whatever we're doing with Jay, like, Raw was good. People were quite excited coming out of Raw. It got pretty good reviews across the boards. Community enjoyed it. Some of the other reviews I saw, people enjoyed it. And so we're hoping that SmackDown can kind of keep that momentum going. Netforce said, has there been any news on Paige returning? No, not particularly. What about Tama Tonga being a surprise for Sammy's opponent? My understand. I mean, I've not heard anything on either of those. Paige, I think she will come back. I wouldn't be shocked if she was in the Rumble. I don't know if you see her before the Rumble. I know she wants to come back. She's been vocal about that, but there's been no word that she's signed. I think they would try and keep that quiet, honestly. I think if they bring Paige back, I think they would want it to be a moment. I don't think Paige is someone like AJ that you need to advertise in advance. I think Paige is someone that you can bring back and have as a lovely surprise for the Rumble. Or maybe AJ needs a mystery partner or something like this, right? Once AJ's up and running again. So Paige, I'm not expecting any time soon, but I think she comes back eventually. And Tama Tonga, yeah, he should be back any time. I'm not aware. I mean, he's been out a long time, hasn't he? So he should be back any time, but I've not heard any word on his return. I think the thing with Tama Tonga is, in WWE, I've not seen him have a great singles match. For me, he's part of Guerrillas of Destiny, which was an amazing tag team in New Japan with Tonga Loa. So Tama Tonga, Tonga Loa, Guerrillas of Destiny. I'd love them against the Usos. I don't know where they are now. I mean, I think they might be broken down or they might be washed. It just might not be the match that I'm hoping it would be. But you go back about 10 years and Guerrillas of Destiny in New Japan were an amazing team. Obviously a cornerstone of Bullet Club. And that them against the Usos would have just been amazing. Amazing. And it's a shame that we've got them now and we don't use them. I mean, they've had injuries and everything, but I would love to see Guerrillas of Destiny against the Usos. So, I don't know. I mean, for him to come back from such a long injury and be used as Sammy's opponent in a singles match, it's not what I would book because I haven't seen him in much of singles action. He's coming back after a long injury, so there's probably going to be a bit of ring rust. And I don't know, he's not someone that I associate with banger singles matches. I would be way more excited by Johnny or Tommaso or Nathan or Axiom. Doesn't feel like the right landing spot for me, but I am aware that word is doing the round of who the opponent is. So there's every chance that you're sort of saying, what about Tama Tonga? And it turns out to be Tama Tonga. But honestly, even if it is true that that's who we're going to get tonight, right? And I don't know that it is because I genuinely don't know who is the person. But if it is, I wouldn't have booked that. That's not the match I would have booked. I don't associate him as being a single star. And after being injured for so long, doesn't strike me as the best landing spot for him. So I'd be way more excited by Aleister Black, Johnny Gargano, Axiom, Tommaso Ciampa, those names. Right, Dort Knight, hello. WWE is good at the minute, but also a little in the mud because they spent too much time patting themselves on the back. That's true. And creating moments rather than fleshed out stories. Yeah, one of my frustrations of this year, right? One of my frustrations this year is the fact that we have... Sorry, you've just got a response here from Sean. That's really interesting, that is. So, I'm getting... momentarily, I'm just stepping away from Dork Knight's comment because Sean's just responded to something, right? So, I did a video, didn't I, yesterday unseen, where I said, okay, Billy Batty, someone that I don't really know, right? It's a name I've heard. He's not someone that I go to for news. And I really did make that clear in unseen. I don't know this person. He's someone that I don't know. And he said that some of the biggest fake news that's doing the rounds at the moment is that John Cena decided the finish of his match with Brock. And he's like, that's some of the biggest nonsense that's doing the rounds. So I was like, okay, I'll put that in unseen and I'll let people know. Don't know who this guy is, but it is a name that's been around a long time. It is a name that I've heard. It is someone that reports on the news. How accurate it is, don't know. But this is what they're saying. They're saying nonsense about the whole John Cena thing, right? Mayor Pete got in touch and said, Billy Batty is a POS, a piece of shiz. According to Sean Ross at Fightful, he's not accurate, right? Now, literally, what's this, 11:27? So that would have been about 40 minutes ago. Sean Ross App's actually responded, which is kind of crazy because Sean wasn't actually tagged in this. So I don't know if Sean has just searched for Fightful or searched for SRS or I don't know. But he wasn't tagged. So he's somehow found this, right? And he says, correct, horrible, bigoted person that lies and makes up news. A racist who threatened to hit a woman. So that coming from Sean Ross. Whether that news about John is accurate, don't know. This is a guy that does reports on stories and has done for a long time. Seem to remember him getting into a situation with Sean, so I know that they are not good friends. I believe he was someone that went up to Sean, and I remember there being footage of a confrontation of them kind of being face-to-face at like a fan convention. This was a few years ago now, so this is why I know that this Billy Batty is not... he's not someone that's just arrived on the scene. He's not someone that, like, you know, John from down the road. This is a name that I've seen mentioned years and years and years and years. But not someone that's like a PW Insider or a Dave Meltzer or whatever, so... Yeah, I was just distracted by that because I was like, oh, what's Sean? Why is Sean in my notifications? But he was responding to Mayor Pete and just saying that he is someone that makes up news, is a racist and threatened to hit a woman. So probably won't be using any Billy Batty stuff going forward, right? Johnny says, this was Iwatani's farewell kiss to Io in 2018. Oh, I'm down for watching women kiss. Let's have a look. Oh my God. This is wrestling. This is wrestling. Whew. Whew. Hey. Kiss forever. Kiss forever. Johnny, thank you. You are now going to be labelled as a pervert in this community for sending me this. But if it helps, you are my favourite pervert, yeah? Well, you and William, of course. Right, so let me just jump back to Dork Knight's comments. So WWE is good at the minute, but also in the mud because they spend too much time patting themselves on the back. And I agree. One of the things I found frustrating this year is them going around being like, isn't it amazing? WWE and ESPN joining forces. We are the power couple. The things we're going to do together. Talk, talk, talk. Amazing, amazing, amazing. We're going to change the game. It's going to revolutionize things. And do you know what? I'm all right hearing all of that. I will sit and listen to you patting yourself on the back, right? Bigging yourself up. Telling me how amazing this is. But don't then give me a show like WrestlePalooza. Don't give me a show like WrestlePalooza if you're going to run around and pat yourselves on the back and champion yourselves, right, and say how amazing you are, and then you serve up a show that was very, very widely, underwhelming. I mean, even ESPN gave it a C, which I thought was fair. I thought it was very fair. And that's caused a bit of controversy because WWE apparently internally don't really understand why ESPN reviewed the show. This is getting into free speech as well, isn't it? I mean, like, if you're WWE, are you going to put pressure on them no longer reviewing shows? Can you even do that? Is it in I mean, like, what if WWE keep putting out mediocre stuff and ESPN keeps saying it's mediocre? That's not good. That's not good for ESPN. Because, like, all of a sudden now you want people to tune into the shows. If you're also saying in a different part of your organization these shows are rubbish, I wonder if there's going to be pressure put on that guy to review more favorably. I wonder if we're getting into freedom of speech territory. I don't know. It's really interesting. It's really, if they're not going to give him freedom to say what he honestly feels, then don't do it. He's either got to speak freely and be allowed to say what he thinks, is the guy that's reviewing this. Because there is a bit of a myth, right? The myth is that ESPN scored it a C and that it was like, I don't know, everyone at ESPN got together and agreed. I mean, what the hell are you on about? Like, clearly it's just one guy whose job it is to review WWE. That's all it is. It's just like they hired me to watch the show and then put a report out reviewing it. Yeah. That's all it was. So there's one guy that has watched the show, reviewed it honestly. I mean, I think a C is fair. And so I don't have an issue with him giving it a C. I don't think it's been harsh. I don't think, some people might say he's been a bit too nice. So, but I think a C is about right. And so he's given it a C. And for me, he's done his job. I mean, if anything, we should be like, respect, fair play. You've been honest. You've scored it fairly. I think you're correct. And so for me, like, that is something that should be applauded. But WWE obviously don't like it. ESPN executives, I'd imagine, don't like it. They weren't bothered before, but now that they've paid 1 billion, they don't really want to then be sending out a message that the shows are mid, if the shows are mid. So yeah, all of that's going to be really interesting. So going around patting yourselves on the back, that's great, but don't serve up mediocre shows if you're doing it. And WrestlePalooza, I think by and large was regarded as an underwhelming show. Vigilantes Burner, hello, said, have you seen Peacemaker? It's a great show. I haven't, unfortunately. I don't massively have time for TV shows, even ones involving wrestlers. So, like, John being in that, I'd maybe give it a watch. But to be honest, I'm not a Marvel person. I'm not a superhero person. The irony is, WWE, when I was young, was my passion. And I would watch that, and I'd watch football. And of course, I'd watch some TV as a kid, and I'd play football and, play some video games, like all kids, a bit of a mixture. But really, my passion was WWE. I did not grow up reading Superman comics or Spider-Man comics. I'm sure if I'd have gone to the local newsagent, they probably had them. But I genuinely don't even remember seeing them. I don't remember comic culture being a big part of Britain. I don't remember, like, mates talking about them or going around a friend's house and them having them. Like, I always find that part of America quite interesting. Like, I feel like in America, you grow up with, like, all these comics, and you grow up with, like, Spider-Man, Captain America, X-Men, and all that sort of stuff. I didn't see it. If I could go back to when I was growing up and go to my local newsagent and specifically look, I think I would probably find something. I'm sure they had something. I'm sure there's people that were reading those. But, I mean, I think, to be honest, there was probably comic shops more in the big cities. I think probably if I went looking in Birmingham, I might have found like a comic book shop. But it just wasn't my life. I that was not a world or a culture that I got into when I was young. So as I grew up, obviously I saw the Superman films and I saw the Batman films, the early ones, the 80s, 90s ones. And they were all right. I liked them. I was not like blown away by them. I don't remember ever running around the house thinking I'm Batman. But, I enjoyed probably the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles more. I remember like really enjoying them and having the action figures and having like the sewer and there was slime and, I remember like playing with them. So for me, like superhero stuff, Marvel stuff, Peacemaker, it doesn't resonate. I don't have any nostalgia. I just don't have any connection with it. And I think when all the Marvel stuff really kicked off in the 2000s, I was probably a bit old for it. I feel like if you went to the cinema and watched that stuff when you was younger, I mean, I bet the kids now have got nostalgia. I bet the kids in Britain now, massively nostalgic for Marvel. I mean, those movies will have done wonders for Marvel going forwards, I mean, I'd imagine they're absolutely booming when it comes to comic book sales and collectibles and figure sales. And I don't know if the new current films are grabbing people. I mean, I don't really hear much hype about new Marvel films like we were getting. The bubble on that might have burst. But, I'm sure there'll be another Avengers or something that will come along. I'm sure there'll be more Marvel films that will grab people's attention. But, I didn't grow up with that stuff. So Peacemaker, no, sadly, not for me. It's not something that massively appeals, just like how Marvel didn't massively appeal for me. But part of that is because my time was spent being so invested in WWE, Jordan said, 1 year, Papa Daze, still 21 and beautiful. Jordan, shout out to you, my friends. Really appreciate the support, and I appreciate everyone joining us. Hope everyone has had a good day and is ready for a bit of Smackdown in about 35 minutes. So, Jordan, shout out to you, buds. DJ said, Daze, I'm 48 from the UK. Marvel comics were massive when I was a lad. Most wrestlers and wrestling fans are into comics and movies. Most are in America. I think in the UK, I don't know. I mean, I can only speak from my history, can't I? So growing up in a town, I mean, it was not a small town, but growing up in a town outside of the cities, there was no comic book shops where I was. We had a John Menzies, which is then turned into WH Smith's. So when I'm talking about going to a newsagent, and I'm sure they would have some if I looked for it, that's what I was talking about, like a John Menzies or a WH Smith's kind of a place. But I don't know. I have to push back on that. I don't think that's true. I don't think comic book culture is a big culture in the UK, or historically wasn't. As I said, since the movies came along, I think that it has kind of maybe grown, but I think it's niche. I mean, I'm thinking in Birmingham about where the comic book stores are right now. And I mean, Forbidden Planet in Birmingham closed. There is the comic book store that Bailey did a signing at recently. But I mean, that's a little bit tucked away. But it's not, I don't know. I feel like I don't feel like it's accurate to compare what it's like in America. It really feels like in America, it's a massive deal. It feels like it's a big thing. It feels like it's a part of growing up in many ways. There's so many different comic books and there's so many different comic book heroes, and it just sort of feels like it's this massive industry where, you know, it's been going since, I don't know, the 50s. I mean, you've got that Action Comics, which has got Superman holding up the car, which I think is like Action Comics #1, which is really rare, and I only know about it because it's really rare. And I remember seeing a video about it, about how rare it is. And and it's like, you know, a holy grail for comic book collectors. And so I know it goes back to like the 50s, the 60s, and I feel like it's huge. I feel like it's just a massive culture, but I can categorically say not a single friend in my friend group in the town I grew up in ever spoke to me about comics, ever spoke to me about Marvel. I mean, as I was growing up, it was football was the big talking point, the Premier League, right? That was the big talking point, you know, Liverpool, Man United, blah, blah, blah. Some friends were into wrestling, not loads, but no one ever had a conversation with me about Spider-Man or Superman or Batman or anything like that. And the only times I ever saw them were the films. And yeah, I mean, you would see like a Batman cake if it was your birthday or something. So, I mean, in my mind, that was from like the films and the old TV show more so than like comic book culture, you know? But I'm not going to misrepresent and say it didn't exist, because I know there are comic book shops. You've got Forbidden Planet. You have a comic book shop that's independent in Birmingham. So I think in London there will have been places and there will have been people that were into it in Birmingham, in the big cities. But once you got out the cities into the towns, no. I think you'd just have the odd little independent place. I don't think it's a massive part, or wasn't a massive part of British culture. Not in comparison to America. I would push back on that. But yeah, it must have been around. It must have existed. It just wasn't in my life. Wrestler Andy said, did you know that the US and UK versions of Dennis the Menace were created within a week of each other and neither knew about each other? It's one of the biggest coincidences of all time. Really? I did not know that. Don't know. It said people love collecting first appearances and key issues and first appearances by a publisher. Yeah, I've seen a few videos on them. I've actually got one now. I've got a comic. I had lost it, you know, believe it or not. And I always wondered, like, where did I put that? I knew it hadn't got thrown away. I knew it was in the house. But I was like, where did that go? And I found it the other day. It was actually in, like, we've got this, like, little footstool and in upstairs. And I just happened to open it the other day and there was just loads of bits in there and I found the comic. The reason why I had it was because it had Antonina Rocca in it. So, I wonder if I can show you. Yes, I can show you. This is the comic I've got. I've got Superman wrestling a wrestler on the front cover. So that is number 155. I don't think it's rare. I think I paid like £10 for it. And it's Antonina Rocca wrestling Superman in a wrestling ring, and that's the front cover. I haven't read the story, but I mean, that's kind of what's on the inside. It's about wrestling. So I was like, that's really cool. So, yeah, I picked that up. There's one there, actually, which I've not seen. Not seen this before. But yeah, oh, that's a nice one, isn't it? Him against Muhammad Ali. I mean, to be honest, I would fancy Superman in that battle, but yeah, there we go. They've got theirs in a cover. I don't think my quality is that great, to be honest. If I got mine graded, I don't think it's getting a very good grade. I didn't buy it for that. I bought it because I just wanted it. And then it's just been sat in a footstool. But yeah, wrestling ones like that, really fun. I don't know what year that is. I was trying to find out what year it is. August 1962. Don't you find that amazing? Don't you find that amazing? I always feel like wrestling, it always, like, you have conversations with people about wrestling, and obviously I feel like you can quite easily get back to, say, 1985 WrestleMania 1, right? You can quite easily get back to that and have visibility on wrestling to that point. If you go NWA, you can go a little further back, right? about 83, something like that, right? I think Starcade, we can go a bit further back, but visibility before that, like watching shows wrestling related from the 70s and the 60s is really difficult to do. You can find clips on YouTube, but there ain't loads, right? There ain't loads and loads and loads. But like, here's a flipping Superman comic with Antonina Rocca, who I'm sure, no offense, many have not heard of. He's on the front cover of a Superman comic, wrestling 1962. And it's just really difficult, isn't it, to kind of comprehend how big wrestling was in those times. It's kind of hard to, like, you know, because we just don't have the visibility on it. So you're just having to take people's word for it. But I mean, it must have been big for Antonina Rocca and wrestling, pro wrestling, to have been featured on the front cover of a Superman comic in 1962. There is this misconception that wrestling was like born in the 80s. It was born when Vince took over. It was born when WrestleMania arrived, and like before that, there wasn't really much going on. It's like there was loads going on. We just don't know about it. But I mean, there's a wrestler on the front cover of a Superman comic from 1962. Gorgeous George helped sell more TVs in America than arguably anyone else when TVs started going mainstream, because people were buying TVs so they could watch the wrestling, and Gorgeous George was one of the biggest stars. And that's got to be late 40s, 50s. There's all this history that is so fascinating. Right. Edward says, I hear you guys talking about comics. I have a collection of comics from the 70s. I continue to collect through the years. I happened across a 1935 Donald Duck. Blimey now. I don't even think I knew they went back to that long. When was Action Comics 1? Just so I can, because I know it's Superman holding up the car. This thing. But what year was it? Blimey, now I would not have said 1938. No way. Would have said 52. 48, maybe. Not 38. Not before Second World War. So my timeline's all out. But this is a world I don't know. I'll hold my hands up and say there's no point having conversations with me about flipping the history of comic books. Because, as I said, it's not a world that I dabbled in. He's got a 9 grade, didn't he? I wonder how much that's worth. I wonder if he's selling that. Super. Oh, it is an auction. Well, hang on. How do I get the sound? Do I have to delete all these people?
This is the high grade 9.0. It's got some slight restoration, but it's a beautiful looking book. We're at Auction House. We've got an auction coming up December 2nd, and the highlight of that auction is a little something called Action Comics #1. Check us out at comicconnect.com.
Thank you so much for your time. Appreciate it.
Oh, I thought he was going to tell us how much it was going to be. I thought he was going to tell us how much it would go for. But he didn't. He must have known the listing price. He must have known how much they were asking for it. Let's go. Action Comics, #1 value. I am going to try and put a bow on this conversation, but love it out, mate. I mean, that's nothing for the Saudis, is it? An issue of Action Comic #1, which introduced the world to the Kryptonian hero, sold at auction for a record $6 million on Thursday, and that was only 2024. That was April 2024, making it the most valuable comic book in the world. It tops an issue of Superman #1, which sold for 5.3. So as of 2024, that is the most valuable comic book in the world, sold for $6 million. $6 million. Wonderful. As a kid in the 80s, my bedroom DC wallpaper, that featured the first edition comic book art, said Trace Buster. Really? Daze versus Green Shirt Guy Inferno casket match, said AEW Pick Feeds. John Cena as a special referee. Let's do it. I'll mess him up. I'll mess him up, mate. I'll save the wrestling world from Green Shirt Guy. I don't have any hatred for Green Shirt Guy, but I do think it's a bit sus. He always gets that exact same seat, which makes me think that he does not have to get tickets like everyone else. I don't know this to be true, but there's no way he can get that seat every time. Or not even that exact seat, but just one of those four. You're telling me that it's just quickest first. First, like, tickets are available now. Tickets are available. First come, first served. You're telling me that Green Shirt Guy is constantly at the front of that queue? No. He must have a ticket that allows him that seat for the next 10 years. He must have gone to WWE directly and said, I want front row, center. I want that seat for all your PLEs for the next 10 years. How much is it going to cost me? And they went, it's going to be blah, 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 blah. And this is a dude that might have won the lottery or might have, been someone in technology that has sold a business. I mean, if it turned out that he'd done something and had a business that Google purchased and he made a load of money off that, you'd be like, yeah, I could see Green Shirt Guy doing that. I could see Green Shirt Guy being a coder that coded something that Google bought, making him a multi-millionaire. And then he's gone to WWE and this is his passion. And he's gone, I want that seat and I want it for the next 10 years for all your PLEs. Give me the price. Tell me the price. And they've gone, okay, it's this. He's gone, yep. There you go. And boom. I mean, the people are like, does he work for them? Well, no, I mean, there's no evidence that he works for them. No one has ever come out and said that he works for them. No one's ever seen him doing any work for them. It's not and some people have been like, oh, has he got connections? Well, even if he's got connection, why would you put him front and center every single show? I mean, if you had connections, you can get tickets. You can get comp tickets. But, I mean, they didn't even put Dana White front and center. Like, do you know what I mean? They haven't even put Netflix executives there. Do you know what I mean? Like, what do you think this guy does that would make him so important that he gets that seat? He's not listed on the TKO board. He's not Nick Khan. He's not Triple H. He doesn't work in production. I mean, I don't know. I'm not aware that he works for them. And I don't believe that he can constantly get those tickets by joining a queue. So it only leaves me with the assumption that he must have struck a deal where he says, I want these seats for the next X amount of years. And who knows, perhaps he did it for 10 years and then perhaps he went back to them and did it for another 10 years. Perhaps it's one of those where, great, work for him because he got what he wanted, work for WWE because they got the money they wanted. I don't know that that's good for WWE, to be honest, but because obviously prices are going up, aren't they? So if they have done a deal with him, he probably got a good deal, actually. If you buy all the pay-per-view matches in advance and tickets for them in advance for the next 5 years, 10 years, whatever it might be, then obviously you're sort of committing to it being a certain price for that period of time. Whereas obviously TKO have massively pushed the ticket prices up now, haven't they? So if that is what's happened, I don't know, will he be able to do it again? I don't know. Never seen any report as to what that situation was. Never seen any word as to what actually went down there. There was a theory that did the round that CM Punk actually pushed or punched someone. There was some footage we looked at in Unseen where Punk was in the crowd. Punk got pushed, and when he turned around, like, he went for someone, but it wasn't the person he went for, and that person looks a lot like Green Shirt Guy. Looks a lot like Green Shirt Guy. So there was a theory of like, oh, did that incident lead to WWE giving him those seats? But I don't think so. I don't think that you would give him those seats. If I was in the crowds and I was minding my own business, someone pushed Punk. Punk thought I had done it, and he pushes me. I mean, maybe they would give you tickets to future shows, but I don't think they would give you a lifetime ticket. And I don't think they would give you a ticket where you are front and center, Mr. Special. Yeah? The focus of the wrestling world is going to be on you for every flipping PLE. Because even if he didn't wear a green shirt, you would still recognize him show after show after show after show after show. It's just he wanted to make himself stand out even more, didn't he? So, yeah, the fact that, like, he takes that seat every show. I mean, I am surprised more people don't find that annoying, to be honest. But, I don't know, he's a little cult-like hero, isn't he? But do you know what? Another thing that started to happen, I don't know if you've noticed, but Logan has started to use Green Shirt Guy for things, for stories. I think Logan was trying to make out that Green Shirt Guy had brought a load of signs. I think Logan said on his podcast, like, there was a whole Logan sucks section. And I think he was making out that Green Shirt Guy had done it. And I don't think Green Shirt Guy would have done that because he's never done that for anyone else before. So why would he start doing that now? So I think Logan was sort of trying to pin the blame on Green Shirt Guy. And then I think he genuinely got his number or something. Because I think he even calls him up at one point. I'm pretty sure I saw a clip of Logan having Green Shirt Guy on, like, voice call. So if Green Shirt Guy is starting to do stuff with Logan, he is dead to me. He is dead. He is not the official leader of the WWE Universe. This is why Trinidad Flag Guy is the GOAT. Trinidad Flag Guy, he goes to the shows and he's more realistic with me believing that he is having to join a queue. Because sometimes he's here, sometimes he's there. Like, that guy moves around all the time. You never quite know where Trinidad Flag Guy is going to be. Because I don't think he's got a magic ticket that's going to give him the same seat every time. Sometimes he's in the entranceway. Sometimes he's in the front row. Trinidad Flag Guy's the true GOAT. I believe he is doing a lot more legwork. I believe he's having to earn it. Not like Green Shirt Guy that just ones up and has got a guaranteed seat. I think Trinidad Flag Guy has to put the legwork in, has to earn it. And I have not seen Trinidad Flag Guy working with Logan Paul. So he gets extra points for that as well. Yeah? Whatever that weird relationship is. If I'm Green Shirt Guy and Logan Paul comes over to me and he's like, listen, we could do a fun thing. I'll be like, don't talk to me. Don't talk to me. Yeah? Do one. But he didn't. And I hate him. So I'll mess him up. I'll mess him up for all of us. James said Daze Green Shirt Guy was one of Vince's beep. Hence tickets for life for silence. Trini's representing Trinidad Flat. Yeah, he hasn't sold out. That's what I would chant. If I see Green Shirt Guy, I would join the queue. Apparently there's a queue. People queue up to get a picture with him. I'd join the queue. And when I got to the front of the queue, I'd just be like, you sold out. You sold out. You sold out. You sold out. And then he'd start crying like this. I'd make a scene. Where are we? We got 15 minutes. Right. There's conflicting ratings. NXT number came out as 617. That's down 120 from last week. But PW Torch and Raj Giri are saying it was 707. WrestleNomics have reached out to CW and they've confirmed 707. Well, I don't know. I mean, what I would say is if it was 617, that would be a bad. I mean, that is so bad. It's hard to believe it's true, isn't it? I mean, I'm not going to say it isn't true, but it's hard to believe it's true. Because, I mean, to drop that far, I understand that it was Homecoming, but I thought they'd done a pretty good job of champion versus champion and teasing the invasion. And there was a lot of chatter about an invasion and RTNA going to invade, and it didn't feel like it had done the same. I mean, if you just look at the amount of people that had joined us, it didn't feel like it was the same amount of people that were around for Homecoming. I think there was a decrease, but I don't know. I mean, it certainly didn't have the vibe or feel, or that 617 would be accurate. So I don't know. If I had to believe a number, I could believe 707. 617 seems too low. If it was maybe 657 or 667, you'd go, maybe. Maybe. Still a hell of a drop-off, but maybe. But 617s drop 120,000 in a week. Don't know, man. Don't know. Have to see. If they've reached out and they're saying, no, it was 707, yeah, I can believe that. I can believe that. Jake said his name is Smiley. His real name is Simon. He got assaulted at a live event and didn't sue and got lifetime tickets. I ran into him at pay-per-views, but he doesn't want people to know. Well, is that the CM Punk rumor? About how, cause we've seen the footage and it does look like him, but I struggle with that. I do genuinely struggle with that, because I think if you get assaulted by like a wrestler, I can understand you getting tickets, but that front and center ticket, like front row, middle seat, like for all of the shows, for life. I don't know, man. That one just seems too much of a reach to me. I find that hard to believe. I find that hard to buy. I mean, if you turned around to someone and went, look, we'll give you lifetime tickets. I mean, that front seat now at WrestleMania, it's like 70,000. And that's just for one show. So you sort of go back through all the other Manias and the SummerSlams and all of the pay-per-views. I mean, and for life. I mean, I sort of feel like, wouldn't it have just been better for him to have sued? I've got to think that you will lose more money by doing that than if you actually, I don't know. It's an interesting one. Would you lose more money? How much would he have actually got? If he'd have sued them and got 20 million, is that seat over his lifespan worth 20 million? I don't know. Interesting. I do struggle with it, though. I think it's too much to give someone for such an incident. Lifetime tickets, fine. But those seats, the absolute best seats you can get, front and center, front row, those seats, that seat, I struggle with it. Carl said, shout out Daze. Do you remember the couple in the bright coloured tracksuits at the pay-per-views in the 90s? Not off the top of my head. Were they in the front row? Do you know, I don't know if I've ever noticed them, if they were in the front row. There has been a lot of fans. I mean, Vlad is famous, of course. So they did a documentary on him. They did they were going to do a documentary on other fans as well. It's going to be part of a series. I mean, Jesus and his mom is famous. Trinidad Flag guy is famous. Sign guy is famous. Tie-dye guy is famous as well. I'd say probably Brock Lesnar guy is quite famous now. He goes to a lot of shows. He was tweeting the other day about how expensive it is to get tickets to these shows now. So I think, like, you know, he's quite famous. I remember the guys in the 80s that used to wear suits. And actually, I think they're even at WrestleMania 1 and they've got, like, WWF written on their shirts. They're wearing, like, suits, and on the white shirt, it's got, like, WWF. It spells out WWF. I remember those. I don't remember the tracksuit couple, though. I'd have to go back and have a look at that. It's a fun one. Famous fans, isn't it? I feel like there's something there. Mayor Pete said he just buys the tickets through Priority Pass. You get a dedicated sales rep. The more you spend with them, the better option you get. Do we know that to be true? Do we know that to be 100% that he just buys the ticket? I mean, if there is a sales rep that's going to hold the seat for him, that makes sense. I can buy that. The point I'm making is I don't believe that there is... Do you know what's really interesting to me, though, is we've just had someone saying, no, he assaulted someone, and that's how he gets the tickets. Now I've got someone saying, no, he just uses Priority Pass. It always makes me smile how adamant people are that they know the actual answer. It's like, no, this is what's happening. but yet I'm being told this is what's happening and I'm getting different answers kind of presented to me. The truth is, I don't know, because I've never seen it actually commented anywhere or said anywhere that this is categorically what happens, right? This is how he gets those seats. So I don't know as to what the honest answer is, but I'm skeptical of it being the assault thing because of the fact that I just think those seats are so good. It's one thing to give him tickets for life for the PLEs, but for that exact seat, maybe financially it does make sense, but I still think it's bonkers. And I still struggle with that as an answer. Could be true, but that's my reservation. In regards to he's got a sales rep that will keep that seat for him and he gets the first refusal, I can buy that. The point I'm making is there is no way he joins a queue and is constantly at the front of the queue and is constantly successful at being first all the time. I mean, just law of averages would say that would not happen at least a few times, but he is always front and center. So for me, I think if there is a sales rep when the tickets launch, keep that seat aside for him and he has first refusal because of his loyalty and he gets to purchase it first, that makes sense. I could buy that. I could buy that. And actually, he just does that on a show-by-show basis, and they just know to keep it reserved for him because he's a loyal customer. He'll keep buying the seats, and as long as he keeps buying the seats, they'll keep saving him the seats. Yeah, I could believe that. I still hate him, though. Right, Carl said, Daze, shout out to you. Do you remember? Oh, we read that one about the... No, I don't. I'd have to look back at that. Edward said, Daze had an amazing night with friends. Oh, good. And family. I reeked. Oh, okay. I'm having cake. Thank you. I appreciate you so much. Have a good show. Edward, shout out to you. Yes, Edward's 21st today. 21st today. And so very happy birthday. Matt Pete said, no one's giving him tickets for life. Yeah, here we go. Sir Curbington said, apparently Green Shirt Guy was very successful in property market in selling houses. I think Glockner said, I know for a fact Green Shirt Guy and the fan who got punched many years ago are not the same person. And that's all I know about it, says Glockness. I mean, again, I am not talking about anything we've read, but I'm just talking in general on Green Shirt Guy. I think there's a lot that's said about him. I think there's a lot that's stated as fact about him that I don't believe is fact. I think there is a lot of speculation. I think there's a lot of rumor. I think there's a lot of myth and mythology. I think everyone is just, mesmerized as to how does he keep getting those seats. I think, what Mayor Pete said about the fact that he could just be a rich guy that gets first refusal. There's a sales rep that just keeps those seats aside for him. And he's a rich guy that just loves WWE and has got that first refusal. I could believe that. I don't know that it's any deeper than that. And, the rumors that he works for WWE, there's never been any evidence of that. There's never been any proof of that. That's always been speculation. That's always been speculation. That has always been a case where people have kind of speculated that, he must do. How else does he get those seats, And so there is all this mythology that's around him. So there we go. That's the Green Shirt Guy conversation. Wrestle Andy said it's simple. He invested early in Hensy coin. Yes. Nico said, Daze, what's up? Been having a bit of a hard time, said Nico. I'm sorry to hear that, Nico. Nico, shout out to you, buds. I hope your hard times are going to come to an end as we are just 5 minutes away now from SmackDown. Hopefully this can provide a distraction. I'm going to grab some water because I just feel like I need some water. We are just 5 minutes. Let me be a sec. Actually need to get the thing set up because I'm not quite ready. Okay. Metal Mama said, green shirt needs a flipping shirt. Who is his sponsor? At least get an advert on that. Oh my God, Metal Mama, you're trying to make him even worse. You're trying to get a sponsor on green shirt guy. Do you work for TKO? That is such TKO mentality. That's such a TKO way of thinking. Like, we need to get a sponsor on green shirt guy. Why is my TV not working? Let's try and get this turned on. Did I unplug my TV or something? I need to fix this problem. Well, I don't have my TV on. That's going to make watching Smackdown very difficult. I know that much. Ah, there we go. Now it's on. Don't know what the hell was going on with that. Where are we time-wise? We've got 2 minutes. See, this is me sat here talking about green shirt guy and not actually getting things set up that need to get set up. Right. Daze, what's up? Long time. Where was that message? Daze, what's up? Long time. Been working some overtime. I live in America. I got Netflix International for Smackdown. Oh, Christopher. Shout out to you, buds. Enjoy. Netflix is good. I mean, it's your one-stop shop for everything, isn't it? So it's useful. Aaron said Daze is anti-TKO. He actually hates sponsors since day one. It's true. The day will come where I'm going to get desperate and probably turn to sponsors, but I have kept that wolf from the door pretty well. I think we can agree. I can be accused of many things, but I don't know that selling out is one of them. I mean, you can accuse me of it, but I mean, I think you'll struggle for evidence. Let's go. WWE Army, shout out to you, buds. Buffalo Days said, watch wrestling, hasn't got tonight's episode up. Really? Really? Perhaps it'll pop up when we kind of get to it. Guys, what the flip is going on? Why is this not working? Flip. I am not watching the show. I'll have to watch it on my laptop. Oh, it just... Hey, as soon as I said I'll have to watch it on my laptop, just burst into life. There we go. This computer must be female. As soon as it heard me talking about an alternative, it just got a little bit jealous. Just got a little bit jealous. Okay, boom. Daze, do we think that JG beats Blake tomorrow? Yeah, we are doing No Mercy tomorrow, guys. If you are around and you want to talk a bit more wrestling, we're going to be doing that. Looking forward to it. Honestly. Should be good. Okay. We are going over to Smackdown. Okay, we got Jade arriving. There's Nia. Okay, so we've got Michael Cole talking. We're at the Kia Center. We got Sami Zayn. He's taking on a mystery opponent. They're still not saying as to who that is. Find out live tonight. I've been there. Kia Center in Orlando. I believe that's where the Magic play. I've seen the Magic play. Oh my God, Booker T's back. Shucky Ducky. Oh, Corey Graves is out for a few weeks. So Booker T's like, I want to send my condolences to Corey Graves. So Booker is on the show, and he is replacing Corey from last week. Okay, Sir Curbington said, how cool would it be if Kurt Angle came out of retirement to face Cena in his final match? Just like John's first match, it would be the perfect bookend, says Sir Curbington. Sir Curbington, shout out to you, buds. Word on the street is we should find out what's going on with his last opponent and last match and everything on Sunday. They said as soon as Sunday we could get details. I don't know if it means we're going to get details in regards to where it's taking place and a poster and the tagline and, you know, all that kind of stuff, like start the promotion, start the hype. I don't know if it means that or if it means we're going to find out the actual name. I'm not expecting to find out the opponent. But that's what the streets were saying. The streets were saying that we should find out very, very soon. Lots of details about Cena's last match, which we already know it's going to be Saturday night's main event in Washington, D.C. December 13th. We've already got that information, but be good to get it confirmed, wouldn't it? Right, they've just got a video package on WrestlePalooza right now, so we're not missing anything. That gives us an opportunity just to find our feet, sort what needs to be sorted. Daze, would we like any TNA Victory Road updates? I don't mind. I'm just wondering about other people that are maybe trying to avoid spoilers in the chat, so I'll go no. Just for those in the chat. But enjoy it, James. Enjoy it. I don't mind finding out about it, but I'm just thinking there might be some that are going to watch it after, maybe. It's such a shame that's on at the same time, because honestly, if it wasn't, I would do it. If it wasn't on at the exact same time. Okay, so Cody obviously picking up the victory. And then, of course, Seth coming out, confronting him. It's cringe. They're just showing us highlights of WrestlePalooza. Triple H and WWE talent hyping up the show, and it was garbage, said Brony. Well, it did leave a bad taste in the mouth, but that was replaced by a good taste. Heyman is in the ring. Yeah, Raw giving us a much better taste. So, Heyman in the ring. Oh. We've only got 2 hours. Okay. Okay, so Heyman's in the ring. And says, what do you want to talk about? Crowd boo that, because that's obviously Cody's line. I do find with these promos, they're a little bit slow. And, you know, there's a lot of, like, feels like they're aimed more at people that don't watch on a regular basis. Like, we have to kind of tell all the story first. Loud OTC chants. Loud OTC chants. I'd love to talk about the OTC. I'd love to talk about Roman Reigns. So Heyman's like, it's disrespectful to talk about the injured when he got stretchered out. You know, I'd even forgot that had happened. I just know Roman's doing a film. He's doing Street Fighter. I couldn't remember the actual reason as to how we got rid of him on the show. Give me Roman Reigns right now, goddammit, said Alex. Paul's voice keeps cracking, said V85. Al said, will we get more than one match during these 2 hours? Yeah, I mean, they've got a couple of matches they've already announced, but this is going to take a bit of time, innit? Okay. But maybe we're going to go down an interesting road here. As he said, let's talk about Brock Lesnar. Oh, Jesus. Cody interrupts just as we get to an interesting bit. Just as we get to a bit where I'm like, okay, well, hang on. This could actually be quite interesting. Flipping Cody Rhodes decides to come out now. Couldn't you have just let Heyman say what he was going to say there? Okay, well, this will take a few minutes. Daze, I heard John Cena's last match will be a gauntlet match. What do you think? I mean, that was a suggestion that was made that I heard. But I'm not aware that it's what they're actually doing. What I heard was that it was going to be Gunther. And then there was a suggestion of a gauntlet match, which, to be honest, doesn't make a great deal of sense to me. I mean, a gauntlet match means that you'd have Cena come out at number 1, and he would then face lots of different people, but how's John Cena meant to be getting past loads of different people in a gauntlet match at this stage in his career? I mean, he'd have to face someone a little bit rubbish at the start, maybe like an R-Truth or something. Then you'd have to maybe bring out someone a little more challenging, and maybe you'd have to book it that way. But, I mean, if he's facing, like, all these amazing names, how's John meant to get through, like, 3 or 4 different people in a gauntlet match? I don't know. For me, I'm like, I think I'd much rather just have a fantastic final match. I think about Ric Flair and Shawn Michaels, and I just think about how amazing that and emotional that last match was. Like, we didn't do a gimmick of having Ric Flair go against loads of different people. We just had an amazing final match, and honestly, that is the best send-off, isn't it? Just putting on an absolute banger, putting on like a match of the ages, putting on a match that people talk about for the rest of the time. That, to me, is how I would send Cena out. Not try and cram as many people in as possible. I think we've just done a year of that, where we're trying to get him to face lots of different people. Okay. Cody in the ring. So Cody in there to confront Paul Heyman. Fans are chanting away. Cody Rhodes, Cody Rhodes, Cody Rhodes. Okay, fans are chanting Cody's name. It's a bit of a slow start, to be honest. But maybe it'll pick up now Cody's out there. How long are we in? 12 minutes in. And really not anything has happened. Did all of us get a chance to watch that WrestlePalooza recap? Yeah, we saw the actual show. I made a mistake last week. I called you a goon. I don't think you're a goon. You love to disrupt. You love to stir it up. Tell me about Brock Lesnar. Okay, well, at least we're going back to that. That's good. So there's Heyman doing Brock's intro. Here's what concerns me. So Cody's like, does that look like the face of someone who's enjoying just a one-night thing? Am I talking to the Oracle? Am I talking to a wise man or am I talking to the advocate? You're talking to the goats. That's a good line, isn't it? You're talking to the goat. It's amazing how involved Heyman is, isn't it? I mean, he is just as big a character as the wrestlers. Oh, there's a big noise behind Cody. Someone has made their way. It's the Vision. I did wonder, you know, if it was Drew, actually. But it's Braun and it's Bronson. So Heyman's talking. Braun and Bronson getting in the ring. Cody, a little bit outnumbered here. I don't know if someone's going to come to Cody's aid. I certainly don't need this to be a tag match main event. I guess it's about time. Well, this is interesting, isn't it? Are we going to do Cody against Braun? I bet Heyman tells you you're going to be a WrestleMania main eventer, but I bet he says the same to Bronson. No, look at Heyman. Has Heyman got his leg over the middle rope? It's quite a pose, isn't it? Oh, Cody's basically saying to Bron Breakker, don't buy the hype that Heyman is giving out. It ain't you. I think he's still got a bit of shirt on him from when he ripped it. Cody is taking his jacket. Look at Heyman's pose in the background. Hey, we could have a sexy calendar coming out for 2026. Okay, are we going to get a tag match here? What are we doing? Bang, here we go. Braun just momentarily standing there. The numbers, obviously, with the Vision. Oh, my God. Is Cody going to make the Vision look really stupid? No way he takes him out on his own, surely. Crossroads? Crossroads? Yeah, the numbers, good. Cody shouldn't be marking both of these. He knew this was a bad decision. And there we go there, beating down. The question is, who's going to make the save? Who's going to make the save? Surely someone is. You know, you would expect Jey Uso historically, but we don't really know what's going on with Jey. It's Randy. It's Randy. Randy is coming down. Okay, Randy coming down is really interesting. Because a lot of people want to know if we're going to do the Cody-Randy feuds. And this could absolutely be the start of it. It'll be a long road. But, oh God, I don't need Randy and Cody against the Vision, though. We've done Jey and Roman. We've done the Usos. I don't really now need Cody and Randy. But Randy coming down and making a save, I'll take that. Heyman looking a little bit frazzled. Not looking as cute as he was a few moments ago. Randy with the belt. Randy with the belt. Okay. I thought Randy had the belt there for a moment and maybe was just having a little glance at it. But no, he just handed it straight over to Cody. Well, there we go. Randy makes Bron Breakker look tiny, said David. That is the drawback with Bron Breakker, to be honest. I mean, he doesn't look anything special compared to Brock, compared to John, compared to Randy. It's so hard to kind of make him out as being like the future when presentation-wise, he's not as big as Batista. He's not as big as Randy. He's not as big as Cena. He's nowhere near Brock Lesnar. And that feels like a bit of a barrier, to be honest, for me buying into. I think if he was absolutely huge, absolutely jacked, I wouldn't struggle as much with it. I'd be like, yeah, no, I get it. Crazy athletic. Look at the size of him. But he's, oh God, I just wish he was a little bit taller, just that little bit bigger. Okay, Street Profits making the way out. Right, we're up and running now. Those segments, they're good. They're captivating. Like, they're not a problem to watch. But I just feel like out of the 20 minutes that we spend on them, or the 15 minutes, or however much it is, I feel like you get about 3 minutes worth of actual worthy stuff, you know? A lot of it is like filler. Talking just for the sake of, like, Heyman teasing is about to talk about Brock, then we bring out Cody. Cody does his entrance. Cody gets in the ring only to say, tell me about Brock. It's like, why didn't you just let him tell us about Brock rather than interrupting him? He was literally about to tell us. David said, are we going to get the Wyatts interfering? I don't know if they'll interfere. They might do. They're not leaving the Profits alone, are they? They popped up last week. Okay. What's better for a wrestler, being tall and skinny or small and muscular, said Richards? Well, I think you need both, honestly. You need a variety. I'm not saying that, I mean, just going back to Braun, I'm not saying he's not going to make it. I'm not saying that it's, you know, they're lying to us, or, you know, he absolutely can go on to main event WrestleManias and be the future of the business and all that sort of stuff. But, you know, a lot of what WWE tell you, they're telling you because they want you to buy it. They are selling you something and they want you to buy it. as someone, a consumer, right? They're trying to sell me the vision that Braun is this next Roman Reigns, right? My pushback on that is I can see it. I see that he's athletic. I see that you want it to work. I see that you're getting behind him. I see that you're using him a lot and pushing him a lot. And listen, that's going to get him far. But he's not perfect. He's, you know, I mean, like, he's not the most charismatic. You know, he's not, I don't think he's got an aura yet. I don't look at Braun and feel like, oh my God, here we go. He's going to, you know, with Jacob, you know, there's times where I look at Jacob and I'm like, oh mate, he's going to murk everyone now. He's going to come down, oh, man. You know, as soon as Jacob's music hits and he comes walking out, you kind of like, mate, a bad man just arrived. Like, the game just changed. I feel that way about Jacob. I don't feel that way about Braun. I don't feel that way. I feel like he's athletic. I feel like he brings ability. But I don't feel... Perhaps I've just not seen him come down and just murk a load of people, destroy a load of people. Perhaps there's been a couple of bits in his booking that I just haven't seen yet, you know? That just don't quite give me that feeling yet. I'm not saying we can't get there. I'm not saying we won't get there. I'm just saying that I don't have the feeling for Braun that I do for Jacob. I certainly do not have the feeling for Braun that I do for Roman at the moment. Of course I wouldn't. But, I mean, I just wish he was that bit taller. If he was the size of Brock, you wouldn't have much question, would you? If he was about the same size as Brock Lesnar, and they were telling you this is the future, you'd be like, yep. Yep. Of course it is. I mean, look at him. But I look at Braun and I'm like, oh, you're not even as big as flipping, Randy Orton. Randy Orton's bigger. So it's like, is that really where we're going now? That's going to be like the big superstar that we're all going to be fearful of. Someone that's smaller than a lot of the guys we just had. I don't know. Perhaps this is what it was like when we were coming out of the steroid era. You know, and you had like Hogan and Warrior and you had all these jacked up guys. And then WWE switched to more Brett and Shawn. Good talents, amazing talents, but couldn't carry that same presence because they didn't have that size. But we had to do that because of the steroids. You know, steroids obviously illegal. And so, you know, there was big problems with that. And WWE didn't want to be associated. And so a lot of people that were on steroids had to get off steroids. Hence why Hogan looks a lot smaller as we go into 93 compared to when in the 80s and blah, blah, blah. So, yeah, I sort of look at it and go... It's just a bit of resistance there. But in order to like have a roster, you need to have a blend, don't you? There's nothing stopping him being a player amongst other players. Whether he's going to be whether in like 20 years we'll talk about Bron Breakker being the same as Roman and Cena. And I don't know. At the moment, it doesn't feel like it. But honestly... If you'd have spoke to me when John was going through his prototype era and said to me, this guy's going to be the same level as Hogan, you'd be like, really? I don't see it. So that's always in my head. It's always in my head that, like, you know, you got to allow these people to evolve. You can't judge them on the first few years of them being on the roster. I mean, look at Stone Cold. When Stone Cold came in, he was the ringmaster. I mean, you could have, if you'd have said about him, he's going to be like this massive star when he was the ringmaster. You'd be like, what? This guy? The guy with the $1 million championship hanging around $1 Million Man. Or if you'd gone, you know this Rocky Maivia that everyone's chanting, die, Rocky, die. He's going to be one of the most over superstars of all time. You'd be like, are you sure? Are you sure? It is crazy, actually, if you go back and look at the big stars at how they started. I mean, Hogan had a run, wasn't when he was a heel in the late 70s in WWE, where he was good and he was getting momentum, but I don't know if you spoke to people at that time and said that he was going to go on to be the biggest star, that people would have believed you. So you look at like how these people start, and they always tend to start, you know, small. Doesn't quite feel like it's going to work, and then it does. So we could just be in that period for Bron Breakker, to be honest. For some of us, it might just feel like, yeah, he's going to be a star. He's going to be a future world champion. I think he'll have that belt a few times. But is he going to be that next Roman Reigns? Is he going to be that next guy that's in multiple WrestleMania main events? Doesn't quite feel like it right now, but it's hard to judge. What I do know is that if WWE get that machine behind you, you're in a really good place. It's hard to fail when WWE are going to put the full weight behind you, you know. Final Boomer said, are they still working on the storyline of Bron turning on the Vision? He would be face then, and then maybe he could face Brock, says Final Boomer. It's a good thought, that is, but I think... I don't know that we would pull that trigger that soon. We could do, but I don't know that we will, because he is someone that still is finding his feet. And so, you know, to have him out of the Vision by WrestleMania feels very, very quick. If you compare the Vision to Bloodline, it took a lot longer for the Bloodline to obviously split and kind of fall apart than just, you know, 10 months. So I don't think we're going to use that as a way of kind of getting to the Brock match. Okay, we got Mello, Don't Miz against Street Profits, and we are underway. So we just gone to commercial break. WWE can out the rocket to them, but it doesn't mean it's going to work, said Nico. Well, that's true. Look at Roman. Look at Cena as well at times. What they can do is just constantly put them in WrestleMania main events. Constantly give them victories. I mean, WWE are the ones that are going to decide who wins Rumbles, who wins titles. And WWE are going to decide... you know, who they're going to really get that machine behind. And by machine, we're talking about giving notable wins, giving TV time, pushing, using their social media, all of that stuff. And so, you know, that is very powerful. Very powerful. So they could force Bron down our throats. We might not buy it, but, you know, there could come a moment just like with Roman where it just clicks. And then, boom, we're up and running, you know. And they've got so many tools at their disposal. You could have an absolutely beloved superstar like R-Truth getting absolutely destroyed, and out comes, you know, no one's come in, or some people come down to try and save him. They get murked. Fans are just desperate for someone, for anyone to save the day. And down comes Bron Breakker, saves R-Truth. I mean, he'd get like a hero's reaction for that. R-Truth, imagine R-Truth in like 10 years' time when he's in his flipping late 60s. And maybe he's not wrestling at that point, but he's just here to say hello to the fans and all that. And the fans love him. And then, bang, these heels come down, start beating him up. A couple of baby faces trying to save the day. They get murked. Fans are on their feet, desperate for someone. And Bron Breakker comes down, makes the save. Crowd going absolutely crazy. Like, there's so much you can do to kind of get someone over. And even if that doesn't work, you just go with something else. You try a different strategy. And you just try and you find a way until it works. So if they want Bron to work, I think they should be able to get him to work eventually. Even if it does take a few years. Right now we've got Street Profits in control. David said the difference is Bron doesn't really push anything to make up for his size. Ray is tiny, but Ray was fast-paced flying around. It's not about the size, it's about what you do with the size. Well, it's true. I mean, the only thing I would say about Ray, though, is that I think the size has been a real barrier for him as well. I know that when we talk about smaller wrestlers, Rey get mentioned a lot, but how many times has Rey Mysterio been world champion? I mean, we're not talking Rey being up in the 12, 13, 14, 15 world title reign range. It's not like he's knocking on the door. I mean, he's been in WWE for a long, long time. And, you know, he could be around that sort of 10, 11, 12 range, but he isn't. And the truth is that, you know, Cena obviously has had a lot of the main event on lockdown, but so has the likes of Undertaker and Batista. And you go back through the history of WWE and you have a look at who's been world champion. It's a lot of bigger people. Size does matter in wrestling in regards to... This is why I hate the fact we don't have different weight classes. If you've got a Brock Lesnar, it's really hard to not have him around the world title. If you've got a Roman Reigns, if you've got a Batista, if you've got a Triple H, if you've got a John Cena, if you've got a Randy Orton, it's really hard to not have those names around that top title. And so I think Rey's size has massively held him back. Massively held him back. If Rey was more among those guys size-wise and could still do everything he could do, he would have a lot more world championships. A lot more world championships. Which is why it's a disgrace that we don't have a light heavyweight world championship. A world championship that is specifically for the smaller wrestlers. That is still a world title. It is still recognized as a world title. Rey would have held that loads of times and then would actually be up there with John Cena and Randy Orton. It's a bit like in boxing when you just get rid of all the weights. And then you're expecting, like, the smaller boxers to be able to hang with Usyk and Fury. And it doesn't make any sense, does it? How in the UFC would the smaller UFC fighters be able to get the top title when they've got to try and get past John Jones and, you know, Brock when he was around and Aspinall and, like, all these big heavyweights? So wrestling is really weird. Pro wrestling is really weird. It's just this one big melting pot. But it's been that way kind of all throughout WWE. And as a result, people don't really question it so much. It's just accepted. It's just the way it is. But yeah, I'd love to see a light heavyweight championship where people like Finn Balor, Johnny Gargano, Rey Mysterio, Dragon Lee, you know, those kind of smaller wrestlers, not small, but just, you know, do the 205 thing. That's fine. Do it on weight. They should get world championships and not have to worry about going up against a Lesnar, going up against a Roman Reigns to achieve it. Conor McGregor's tiny. Floyd Mayweather is tiny. Canelo Alvarez is tiny. Terence Crawford is tiny. These are small people. Like, these are small fighters. Wouldn't stand a chance at heavyweight. But they're some of the biggest stars in the world. Carmelo in there with Montez. Carmelo Montez, hell of a match. Trying to get over to make this tag. Oh. Okay, Miz dragging Dawkins off the apron. We got double knees there by Carmelo. Carmelo going over in the corner. Going to the outsides. Tap being made in by The Miz. Carmelo grabbing the arm of The Miz. That's 2 times you've done this to me, says Carmelo. So Carmelo was tired of The Miz kind of stealing his victory. Yeah, he did try to steal the glory. Carmelo wasn't having it. He stopped The Miz. Dawkins all fired up. Miz in the corner. Bah, collides into the corner. Enziguri kick. Picks him up. Oh. Spinning net breaker there by Dawkins. Fast-paced action, actually. Not bad, this. Beginning of the end. Big splash there by Montez. 1, 2, 3. And it's a win for the Profits. Okay, let's get Match scores. So, match number 1 done. It was pretty fast-paced. The big talking point there is Carmelo preventing The Miz from stealing the victory again. Apparently Carmelo could have got in there and broke it up as well. The Wyatt Six, they are out there. The Wyatt Six are out there. Carmelo is walking away, seemingly by himself. The Wyatt Six, no Howdy though. Don't know where Howdy is. I wonder if he'll pop up in the back somewhere. Okay, we're backstage with Jade Cargill. Show's underway now. We're moving at quite a pace. Jade in red. Can anyone explain why Alistair doesn't get booked in the main event scene in AEW or WWE? Dude has got everything, says Aaron. Well, I think hopefully WWE are just trying to build him up. Okay, here's Stephanie. Stephanie has arrived. Big cheer for Stephanie. Big cheer. A storm is going to be coming your way, says Jades. Makes sense for Stephanie to be here because, of course, the winner of this is going to face Stephanie at Crown Jewel. That's going to bring out Julia. Julia's entrance is so good. I love the start of her music. Julia with that United States Championship making her way down to the ring. She looks incredible. It doesn't really look quite right with Kiana coming out. I think it would look a lot better if Kiana came out first, right? And like sort of pointed to the entranceway, then the music hits and Julia kind of comes out on her own. I think that would look better. Doesn't really look great with her like coming out with all that kind of Japanese entrance attire, very grand, big robes, face mask, all of this, and then you just got like Kiana just like walking alongside her. I would tweak that entrance a little. Anyway, Julia and Kiana are going to be in action. They are taking on... Is it Meechin and B-Fab? Meechin and B-Fab. Couldn't remember for a second then. Right, we have gone to commercial break, so we can have a little breather. Okay, Taker 99 said, do we think we'll see Bianca during Tiffany's title defense? Bianca could go after Nia. We could. I mean, I don't know. I suppose we could. I'm going to say 60-40 no. It's not impossible. Apparently she's ready to return. But I don't know that I'm expecting it. I've seen no reports that it's going to happen. So it would just be speculation. So is it possible? Yes, I believe she is ready to return. Would they choose a show like this? Yeah. I mean, we're coming off a pretty underwhelming WrestlePalooza. We saw that on Monday it was a fun show. Raw was pretty well received, so they could have something up their sleeve for tonight. They could have like a Bianca return as we head to Crown Jewel. So, I mean, not impossible at all. So my thought process is, I haven't heard anything about it. It is possible. There is a reason why you would do it, but I'm going to lean towards unlikely because, well, we could bring her back next week. We could bring her back the week after. We could bring her back at Crown Jewel. Like, there's also no reason for it to be tonight. So I'm going to lean 60-40 no, but it absolutely could happen. It absolutely could happen. William said, it's not that we think Braun is weak or we're attacking height. The Polish powerhouse Ivan Putski was strong and believed as a monster that he was billed at. Yeah, I mean, I've not seen what the conversation is. So if people think we're going in on him because of height or whatever, I mean, we're not. I am saying I wish he was a bit taller. I think that you can go back through the history of WWE and look at the average size of all of the champions. You're going to see that they are bigger people. Because, I mean, it's just more believable that the bigger people would beat the smaller people. And so we do kind of have the airport test, which is an old rule where if you walk through an airport, can you turn heads? And it's obviously a lot easier to do that if you are super jacked or super tall or super fat or super exaggerated in some way, right? It's obviously a lot easier to do that. And the airport test is that. Can you walk through an airport just in your normal clothes and have people turn heads? Think about Andre the Giant. Think about Big Show. You know, think about even like Hogan. I mean, people that are like 6'6", 6'5". You know, these are taller than average people. I'd say average is like 6 foot, probably about average, maybe 5'11". So I think if you're like 6'5", maybe 6'4", maybe around that sort of ballpark. I mean, you know, you're going to get noticed. And so, you know, that's an old rule of thumb, isn't it? That's like the old airport test. So if you are smaller than the average person, it's going to be a disadvantage. Or if you are just average height, it is going to be a disadvantage compared to if you was above average height. So I just look at Braun. I don't know Braun's size. He's probably average. He's probably 6 foot, 5'11", 6 foot. No, I don't regard him as being small. I regard him as being average. But in the wacky world of professional wrestling, average is not a good thing to be. You got to be exaggerated. You got to be larger than life. And if you are like on the smaller side, like Ray, well, then you need to turn up your in-ring, don't you? I mean, Ray is one of the greatest mass wrestlers of all time, one of the greatest luchas of all time. Like, he is idolized by people that work that style because of the innovation and the ability that he brought to the ring. So, but I mean, I look at Braun and he's just an average height. He's got a good build, a really good build, but it's nothing like crazy. It's just jacked. I mean, he's a jacked guy. I mean, we've had Ryback. We've had loads of people like that. And when he gets in the ring, like, is he putting on 5-star classics? Not really. When he gets on the microphone, is he cutting amazing promos? Not really. In fact, I'd say his promos are a bit clunky, actually. Always feels like it's on the verge of falling apart if he talks too long. Like he's going to trip over his words a little bit. I kind of think he's built for fighting more than talking. I think it's a very interesting conversation. And actually, the more we talk about it, the more I'm like, we should probably do an opinions video on Braun. They build him up so much as being the future. Like, how do you feel about him? Do you believe it? Do you buy it? Do you think it's going to work? Do you think they'll find a way? Do you think we'll be sat here in 20 years and Braun will have main evented like 8 Manias? Will he main event night 2 like 8 times? I don't know. I mean, the way they talk about him, my gut goes yes. But are the fans going to buy it? What if it doesn't work? He won't then. I mean, Vince came out and said that Drew was the chosen one. He ended up getting released. Didn't he? He was the chosen one. Ended up going and finding his way in nonsense groups. 3MB. The chosen one was in 3MB. And ended up getting released. Ended up like leaving WWE. It was only because he went away, reinvented himself, came back like Cody, that he kind of came back and then had the run that I think Vince saw him having, you know. So you can point to times in the past where they've said this is going to be the guy, where it didn't quite go that way. Don't forget, before Vince walked away, he was making a massive deal of Austin Theory. He was making a massive deal of Austin Theory. That has not paid off at the moment. Julia charging in, charging over, taking down Michin. I think it's a very interesting conversation, honestly. It's not one that I was expecting us to have, but I think it's a very interesting conversation. I think we could end up doing an opinions video on it. Right now we got Julia hurling Michin across the ring. Kick coming in there by Julia. Johnny said, I think many are missing the point. The reason that Braun's height is considered short is because he's playing an intimidating heel to scare his opponent. Not an issue if he's a face, says Johnny. Who won the triple threat, says Kyrie. We're not at it yet, buds. We're not at it yet. Think that's going to be our main event tonight. Oh, he did look at the belt. Do you know what's so funny is I thought he had looked at the belt. I was like, did he just look at the belt? And then when they cut back, he hadn't, and he'd very much not. But no, there was just a flipping millisecond where he did look at the belt. That belt corrupts people, doesn't it? Jay was looking at it on Monday. Randy's looking at it now on Friday. B-Fab takes down Kiana. Now we got Julia and B-Fab on the outsides. Sean Rossap reporting that Indianapolis have got no idea when they're going to get WrestleMania. Okay, B-Fab on the commentary table. Drop kick. Down goes Julia. So, Michin coming off the commentary table, delivering a drop kick. She really connected with that. Really connected. He picked it up, so it would be weird if he didn't look at it, says Glockness. Maybe. I don't know. You could pick it up and hand it, and I don't know that you need to... Do you need that moment where you have a little look at it? I don't know. Right now, we've got Michin, B-Fab looking for a suplex. Get it. B-Fab going for that cover. This feels like it's not quite as captivating as that last match. That last match, crowd were a lot more into it. They don't seem to be as bothered by this at the moment. They're all a bit seated and quiet. I think it's a way of just... Oh, she's painted her ear again, you know. She's painted her ear silver again. I don't know why she does this. Drop kick there by... That's B-Fab, by the way. Drop kick there by Julia. I gotta tell you, man. A lot of people are talking about him looking at this belt. Look, Fightful. Randy Orton has got his eyes on the WWE Championship. So it seems to have caught people's attention with him just having a little... And it was only fleeting. It was one of those where I wondered if he'd have done it, and then when we went back, he wasn't. I was like, oh, okay, no, maybe not. Right now, we've got a suplex. Look at that. It's like a belly-to-belly, delayed belly-to-belly, where she like just held her there for a while. So, nice work there by Julia. Kiana James is in the ring, going over, mocking Michin. I'm actually down for seeing a bit of Kiana because I was a fan of her in NXT. I was a fan of her more so after seeing her at the house show I was at. She was excellent in the house show. She really did give everything. Knee coming into the midsection. B-Fab going down. Kiana driving a knee into the midsection. Looking over at Michin. Michin trying to get the crowd going. Knee coming into the midsection again there by Kiana. Tag being made. Julia gets in the ring. She grabs a hold of B-Fab. Crowd very quiet for this. Very quiet. Probably not that surprising in all honesty. Right, now she's got her down. Got a stretch being applied. She's pulling her back. She's pulling back on B-Fab's arms. B-Fab goes down. Right, I can't believe that Wrestle Kingdom 20 tickets in best possible seating is like 300. That's wild. Is that WK Wrestle Kingdom? Is that what that is? I don't know what WK20 is. Randy told Cody he was coming for the belt before the Cena match at Mania, said Dab. Oh, yeah, that's well remembered, actually. That is well remembered. He did mention that. You are correct. Okay, shoulder being driven into the midsection. Ooh, lovely little backflip there. Back cartwheel by Kiana. Drives her shoulder into the midsection and B-Fab. B-Fab with a back elbow. Oh, down goes B-Fab. Okay, missile dropkick there by Julia. I wondered what she was going to do off the top there. But a missile dropkick takes down B-Fab. My God, she grabs her by the hair, drags her back over to the corner, makes the tag to Kiana. Shot coming in there by Kiana. Crowd very quiet for this. I really don't think it's in their best interest to stick on this match for too long. Trying to go down at the moment. We've got Kiana. Oh, driving an elbow, but B-Fab moves out the way. Trying to get over to make the tag. She gets caught. Why would the crowd be into this? This is supposed to build Julia. Shake my head, said Wrestle Rants. Again, we got B-Fab trying to reach over, trying to make the tag. Kick coming in there by B-Fab. Kiana goes down. Michin on the outsides. B-Fab makes the tag. Charging in. Big boot. Down goes Julia. Clothesline there by Michin. Kick coming in there by Michin. Looking for a DDT maybe. Kick into a DDT. 1, 2, Michin. Julia makes the save. Julia makes the save. Forearm shot coming in there by Julia. Julia goes over against the ropes. Oh my God, big boot by B-Fab. Kiana with a kick. Roll up there by Michin. No joy. Michin and James in there. I mean, they're working hard. I gotta give them credit. They're working hard. Kiana, I kind of like that from Kiana. She's kind of out slumped. Kind of like how she was out leaning on Michin. Rake of the eyes, though, playing possum. Eat, defeat. Kiana, I love Kiana selling. Knee coming in there by Julia. Julia's going to look to put this away. Picking up Michin. Oh, hello. Bit of a show off. I think the delay there where she does like a few kind of squats with Michin and then delivers the move is pretty fun. I do like Kiana's selling. Street Profits versus Miz and Mello. That was not massively well received. It got good 95 for that first match. Backstage with Alexa and Charlotte. Oh my God. Zaruka? When are they going to do that? No Mercy. Do it at No Mercy. Do it tomorrow. You haven't earned it. That's funny coming from Charlotte Flair. Shots fired, mate. You're both talented. Where's this going? Got to prove yourself. Got a size difference between flipping Zarya and Alexa. Charlotte said that was harsh. I'm really proud of you. Okay, we got the poll up for that last match. Get your thoughts in for that last one. Here's Drew. Drew making his way down to the ring. Here comes Highlander, said Alex. I'm still into Asuka, says William. Oh, yeah, I love Asuka. Oh, I love me a bit of Asuka. Oh, hello. Surgical boot boy. The hell's going on here? Drew McIntyre arrives with a surgical boot. Even flinched when his pyro went off. You look stupid. You look stupid. Are we believing this? They're trying to sell that he put his foot through the table and now he needs a boot. Are we buying that? I don't feel like I'm buying it. I don't know that I'm buying it. I could buy it, I suppose. I'm not buying it. Don't try and sell it me. I'm not buying. Daze, how was your day? I've really enjoyed the show, said Dean. Yeah, I really don't know anything today, but I tend to go to bed about lunchtime, then wake up around about... If I go to bed at 1, I'm up by about 8 p.m. This stream starts at 11. By the time I've had something to eat and kind of just caught up with a bit of the news, it's normally about time to flipping stream. So I never really do much. My day is kind of early in my day. So not much. Hung out with you guys. That's what I've done today. It's the ref's fault that he injured Drew, said Davids. Selling the kick for TV, said Nico. WWE would love it if you bought it for about $5,000. Oh, yeah. That's true, actually. They would love it if I bought it. They love money. Seth ruined the broken leg gimmick for everyone, said Bubba. That's true. That's true. It could be legit, but I'm here going, no, I'm not buying it. He's just trying to work us. Daze, since Mania 43 is in Saudi, the women who are fans from our country, as well as female Saudi citizens, will have to cover up. Do you see many female fans from other countries attending Mania? I don't know that that's true. I think there's a few misconceptions about Saudi Arabia, and I find it a very difficult conversation to have because I am no authority on it. But I did watch a video about Saudi and what's going on in Saudi in regards to, like, you know, what people wear when they're out and about. And it was a real eye-opener, honestly. I mean, there was a woman who was a tourist there. And she said that she had seen women walking around in just like with their kind of, you know, legs on show, arms on show, that she thinks were tourists. But she was like, no one was saying anything to them. Like, it wasn't like there was a problem or anything. My understanding, and I can be proven wrong on this, is that the rules with women covering up is more for the citizens of the country. And I think it's probably respectful to do that if you go, right? So obviously WWE putting a show on. Obviously that is something the Saudis are going to want their citizens watching. And so, yes, they're going to request the women are covered up. But if you go as a woman to Saudi I don't know that there's like, I don't know that there's a law that says you have to. I just think it's like a respectful thing. So I watched a video of these tourists that were there checking out Saudi Arabia. They were in a shopping centre, and the woman was kind of covered. And she said, to be honest, it felt like the respectful thing to do, and it's not a problem. I don't mind doing it. Like it's fine. And she said she had seen other tourists there that weren't doing that. So you kind of go, what is the truth? What are the misconceptions? Like, I think the image that everyone has to go and you have to cover up and all of that, I don't think that's true. I mean, the other thing as well is that she went to TK Maxx or TJ Maxx because they had one, and they had like a H&M and all of that, and they were selling women's summer clothes. And the women that were covered up were buying them. They were buying these skirts and these tops that had just straps. And like, the woman was like, where do they wear these? Why are they selling these clothes? Why are the women buying these clothes? Where do they wear these clothes? And you wouldn't expect that in Saudi, would you? I wouldn't. I would not have expected that either. So this is what I'm saying. Like, I don't think we know enough to be able to massively comment on this. I don't think we know anywhere near enough to be able to comment. I think there's a lot of misconception. I'm not standing up for them. I'm not pro-Saudi now. But I'm just saying that, you know, the last thing I want to do is talk on a subject I don't know loads about and make myself look like an idiot. So I tried to watch a video on it to kind of educate myself a bit more, and it opened my eyes a bit that I was like, didn't know some of that. And if I don't know it, having looked into it, I got to think a lot of you don't know it as well. So I think it's a myth. I think it's honestly a situation that's the women's one is like about covering up. I don't think that's for me personally, I don't see that as the bigger problem with Saudi Arabia. I think there's like people being executed and the LGBTQ community not having any rights, and you know, there's all these massive problems, but everyone seems to be more fixated on the women covering up because that's what they see when they watch the show. You know, I think that's what wrestling fans fixate on, when I think there's like really shocking, so like people being killed, journalists being killed and stuff like that. I think there's a lot of horrific stuff going on in Saudi. I think women tourists going to WrestleMania having to just cover up a little bit to be respectful. I don't even have that in my top 10 list of concerns for Saudi Arabia. Actually, don't even think, I can't speak for women, but I don't even think women would be too bothered if they go to WrestleMania that they just have to cover their arms, their legs a little bit. I don't even think for a couple of days that would be seen as a massive convenience. I mean, I'd imagine the guy would, you know, if I was in a relationship and I went to WrestleMania and I took a partner, and she covered up, I would obviously wear something long and covered as well in solidarity, you know? I wouldn't be there with my top off. But I don't know, is this like a massive thing for a couple of days? Is this like... Is this the big issue with Saudi Arabia? Because I would say it isn't. I'd say there's way worse things going on in Saudi Arabia than that. But that's a whole separate conversation. Here's Drew. Okay, so he is blaming the referee. He's saying that it cost him the championship. Do the refs work for WWE or do they work for Cody Rhodes? With great power comes great responsibility. Okay, here's Nick Aldis. I don't think he's going to be too impressed with those comments. Sometimes you're the hammer, sometimes you're the nail. But don't make excuses. Okay, so Nicole, this is like, I don't know where that boot came from. It wasn't from our medical team. Drew and Nick are really arguing here. They're kind of talking over each other. I've got to draw the line. Ref's decision was final. Enjoy the rest of your night. Oh, mate, here we go. This is sick. This is sick. We were talking earlier in our watch along about aura and point proven because you got Drew McIntyre in the ring. And just when you wondered who was going to interrupt, who was going to make their presence felt, the music hits. Out comes Jacob. And you could see Drew's reaction like, in that kind of moment. It was like not quite expecting it. He's managed to compose himself now. But Jacob Fatu has made his way down to the ring. And imagine this. Imagine this match. Imagine this. But you don't need to. You don't even need to. There is a reason why these two are face to face right now. And I will buy this every day of the week. All of a sudden, ESPN charging $29.99. Seems like a flipping bargain. Shut your ass up, says Jacob. Shut your ass up. Jacob versus Drew would bang. Oh, mate. They're actually giving him talking time. They're giving him promo time. You blame everyone else? I don't mind him talking. I don't know that he needs to, though. You want to punk me out? Yeah, we got Fatu chants breaking out. We got Fatu chants breaking out. I'm not a fan of them just snatching the microphone off each other all the time. Jacob had to know that was coming. You can't stand in front of Drew and do that. All gas, no brakes. Yada mean. Down goes Drew. That boot gets ripped off. Jacob, bang with the boot. Yeah, give me the match. Give me the match. The segment was good. I don't know that it needed all the talking. Jacob could have just got in there and murked him. But, oh, there we go. Look, there's a Jacob Orlando shirt. That's where we are tonight. Crowd loved it. Crowd bought it. I bought it. Sign me up. Sign me up. There is Tiffy. Tiffy time. Tiffy time. Oh, there's Tiffany and Stephanie. Maybe we'll meet in the ring. Okay, Tiffany said I respect you, but when it comes to you and me in the ring, it's going to end up with me winning. Actually, I still don't know who's going to answer this. Yeah, I didn't even look at Raw. Shinsuke in the background. I don't even know who's from Orlando. If we've got like a hometown hero, I know a lot of wrestlers live in Orlando. If you know who this is going to be, keep it to yourselves. Let's just enjoy whoever this is about to be. I'm not looking at the chat. Sammy. Okay, so Sammy making his way down. We've got match number 3 coming up. We've had Street Profits against Mello Don't Miz. We've had Kiana and Julia against Michin and B-Fab. And now we're about to do Sammy's Open Challenge. And it has already leaked as to who this is going to be. So it has already leaked, but we've managed to avoid the spoilers. Right, we go back to commercial break. And yeah, I mean, we've only got 45 minutes to go. What I will say about the show is I don't think there's been too many mind-blowing moments, although I really like Jacob confronting Drew. I did enjoy that. Obviously, there's people speculating about Cody and Randy now. Not down on that. I think the first match was okay. Yeah, you said it was good 95. Second match, a little bit more challenging. I don't think it was as compelling, but again, there was some elements in it I enjoyed, like Kiana's selling. And let's go. Good 90. That second match was underwhelming. Good 90 is not quite where we would want that to be. So good 95, then good 90. What is Sammy about to do here? What is Sammy about to cook up? So we've gone to commercial break. If you are just joining us, we've had a couple of matches. We've had a Cody segment with The Vision, more Paul Heyman, to be honest. And we have also had Drew and Jacob confront him, which was kind of interesting. Don't know what this is. WWE Smackdown viewers on YouTube TV have had a warning about an NBC Universal dispute. So, I don't know what that is. If you're watching this through Smackdown through YouTube TV, it looks like there's maybe an issue there with NBC. Right, we're at commercial break. I'm hesitant to look into the chat, only because there could be spoilers. So I'm trying to just look and see what people are saying in regards to that Jacob moment. People are excited about it. I don't think that's too surprising. Dun dun dun. So yeah, Drew coming out basically saying he thinks the referees are in Cody's pockets. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, it's a long commercial break, isn't it? Jennifer said basically YouTube TV and NBC are arguing about how much they're going to charge us. It's the reasons for Netflix and a VPN, said Jennifer. Interesting. We don't have YouTube TV in the UK. I mean, I probably would be interested. but in it, but we don't have it. It's not a feature we have, unfortunately. I don't know how long Jacob was away for. Obviously, a lot of excitement about Jacob being back. I mean, I don't feel like he was gone all that long. But probably he's been away, I don't know, since SummerSlam, maybe. Was that the last time that we've seen him? Maybe since SummerSlam. So a lot of people being quite excited that Jacob is back. There's a lot of that kind of narrative that Jacob is back. That was a long break, wasn't it? We're coming back from it now. Okay, we've got Solo first, though. JC. Mateo. Now we're going to talk about JC. An Olympic athlete. Pound for pound, the baddest and strongest guy I know. Anyone that gets out of line, you put them back. Your loyalty will be rewarded. Do you know, it's quite good, actually. I think these videos do a great job of repackaging, reframing. I love you, Solo. Yeah, I think it does a good job of repackaging and reframing these supports. Okay, Sammy is in the ring. Who answers the open challenge this week? Sammy in the ring then, waiting to find out. No! No! They've got Javon! Oh my God! Your boy is bouncy! Javon Evans! Mate, no way! No way! I was sat here hoping it was going to be like Johnny, or it was going to be Tommaso, or Nathan Fraser. Your boy is bouncy! NXT's Javon Evans. He might not be known by the wider WWE universe. He's certainly known by those of us that watch NXT. This is a big future star. And some of the stuff he's going to do in this ring, he is going to electrify this crowd. Oh my, I'm so excited. There's his opponent, and it makes so much sense when you think about it, because we're promoting No Mercy tomorrow. So if people watch this and they enjoy Javon, you can watch him tomorrow on No Mercy. In the crowd, we've got Josh Briggs. That's who he's going to be taking on. Isn't wrestling the best? Isn't wrestling the best? Mate, you're not even going to have to wait long for this match, and he'll start breaking out some stuff that's going to blow your minds. Oh, we've got an NXT chant. We've got an NXT chant. Come on, young OG. Come on, young OG. Some of the springboard moves that he's got. Going off the ropes already. Maybe, shoulder barge there by Sammy. Down goes young OG. Leapfrog, look at the height. Beautiful, off the ropes. Arm drag, lovely. Javon straight back up, another arm drag. Sammy, early control. Sammy trying to get Javon down. Javon in the corner. Sammy in the early stages. Sammy going over, putting his hand out, helping Javon back up to his feet. Oh, this is great. Locking up. Flipping over. Grabbing the arm. Okay, Sammy Javon. I can't believe it. flipping love Javon. I love Sammy. It's like flipping dream match territory. We're in flipping dream match territory. Chopped there by Javon. Backs away. We've not jumped into the box of tricks yet. Locking up with Sammy. Javon going into the corner. Sammy with a chop. Another chop coming in there by Sammy. And again, Javon goes down. Javon in the corner. Sammy grabbing a hold of him. Looking to hurl Javon over the other side. Baseball slides to the outside. Up, jumps around. Shot coming in. First springboard attack. Javon goes up, springboard. Look at the heights! Look at the height by the young OG. Going over off that top rope. Bouncing. Head scissor takeover. Javon going for the cover. 1, 2. No joy. This is brilliant for Sammy. Gives him an opportunity to showcase an exciting young talent. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Anytime. Javon going against the right. Oh, he gets stopped this time by Sammy. Sammy stomping out the fire, stomping out the momentum. As we go to commercial break. That's great, isn't it? Love it. Javon Evans answers the Sami Zayn Open Challenge. Right now we got Javon on the outside. We got Sammy looking to suplex him in. Javon got some height on that springboard, said Harry. Javon as Cena's last match. What do we think, Boomer, says Mayor Pete? I think that it would be fun. I would not be down on it. I think it would be hard for Javon to get a victory over Cena and retire Cena and remain in NXT. So I'd imagine that would have to result in a call-up if he wasn't called up before. I don't see this as a call-up. I just see this, of course, as being, I suppose, in a way, an opportunity for Javon and an advert for tomorrow. So chop coming in there by Sammy. So I wouldn't be down on it at all. I think Gunther probably makes a bit more sense than Javon, but no, I wouldn't be down on it. I love Javon. But yeah, we'd have to call him up then. Run with him on the main roster. I don't think it would make sense to keep him in NXT. Right now we got Sammy with a hold being applied. He's got the knee in the back. Javon being kept grounded at the moment. Evans down, getting back up to his feet. He's got Sammy. He's driving Sammy back against the ropes. Javon goes down. Sammy over the other side. Tried to leapfrog. Kind of comes down, but little bit messy there, to be honest. I think there was a slight miscommunication, but it's happening during commercial break, so. Happening during commercial break. America at commercial at the moment. Matt Pete said, I agree. I think the Open Challenge, one last time, Javon answers. They've had a lot of interaction with Javon and main roster Hall of Famers. I think this could be a long-term build, says Mayor Pete. Wrestling Russ said, Javon's not old enough to drink. He's got plenty of time. Bevan said, Javon almost missed Sammy with the springboard because he got so much height. It is true. I mean, to be honest, with this match, I suppose it's more just, I mean, I look at this as a showcase for Javon. I look at it as like, let's show people that don't watch NXT what this young man can do. Let's open some eyes. You know, there's people that tune into Raw, tune into SmackDown. They don't bother with NXT. Oh, they'll just watch those stars when they're in the Rumble or when they're ready to come up, right? There'll be a lot of people that won't have seen Javon. So this is going to be an opportunity to just show. I mean, I don't think anyone's thinking the title is in danger. I don't think we're going to get a new champion here. I think this is more just a showcase, as we said. So, you know, him getting as much height as he possibly can kind of makes sense. Maybe if he was competing for the title and he had a chance and then maybe, like, you know, maybe don't go as big, right? But this is like, I suppose in a way, we're looking for some viral moments for him. We're looking for some moments that can trend and can catch attention. That would be the real success from this match. Look at that. There we go. There's one. Straight over the top. He's so good when he's mid-air as well, because he stretches out his extremities. Like, he stretches out all his limbs and everything to make himself look as big as possible as he's kind of flying mid-air. It does make it look more spectacular. Oh, he was going for the Blue Thunder Bomb, but he couldn't get it. Shot coming in there by Javon. Duck underneath, over the other side, off that top rope, into the kick. Sammy goes down. Javon going for the cover. 2. Kick out there by Sammy. Kick out by Sammy. Look at this. Oh, lovely replay there of Javon. This young man can do it all, says Booker. Booker's actually quite good to have on commentary for this, because he obviously sees a lot of Javon. He knows how to... He knows his moveset. He knows how to kind of really put him over. Sammy up top. Throwing in a shot there to Javon. Chop coming in there by Sammy. Javon goes down. Sammy. Perched. Ready. He's going up. He's trying to get balanced. He looks over at the referee. Javon jumps up. We're looking for a Spanish fly. No! Huge! Hurricanrana off the top. 2. Kick out by Sammy. So, Sammy down. I thought it was Spanish fly territory. I wasn't expecting him to jump up and hit that. Hurricanrana Frankensteiner. Crowd are chanting, this is awesome. We got this is awesome chants. I don't think there was a doubt, to be honest. I don't think there was a doubt that this match was going to get this is awesome. Sammy with an exploder. Javon down in the corner. Sammy going over the other sides. Sammy looking to hit the haluva. Charges in. No. Big boot there by the Young OG. Young OG going up top. Young OG. Ah! Sammy moves. You've got people with their phones out on their feet. Sammy over in the corner. I think the haluva's going to hit. Oh, it doesn't. He misses. He misses again. Young OG. There's an opening. There's an opportunity. Young OG, middle rope, top rope, big car, huge, absolutely huge, 2, Young OG, Young OG, Young OG, Young OG. This is Javon's world, and we're living in it. Flip it out. Did you see the heights? Mate, give him a flipping duster. He could have dusted the ceiling as he was on his way down. Ref, you suck, is the chant. The crowd are on their feet, chanting, ref, you suck, because he didn't get a 3 count. The Young OG once again going up top. Sammy in the corner, kick coming in. This kid has won the heart of this crowd. Lands on his feet, rolls through. Sammy, haluva, connects. Javon got caught. Blue Thunder Bomb lands. 1, 2, 3. Javon Evans. Take a bow. Take a bow. You just electrified the wrestling worlds. Like we absolutely knew you would. Like WWE knew you would. Which is why they put him in this match. Gave him this opportunity. And he is going to be the talk of the town after that. Fantastic showing. Michael Cole is on his feet. You can see Michael Cole over by the commentary table. He's on his feet, as are the crowds. Sammy going over to Javon to help him up and show respect. And that was a real treat. That was a real treat. That was a Friday night treat. Sammy's like, come on, man. Show this guy some love. The young OG. The young OG. I wonder at what age he becomes the OG. And I wonder at what age he becomes the old OG. Okay, we're backstage with Nia. That was so enjoyable. I bought all of that. Loved it all. Had it all. Purchased it all. We've got a job opening for a slagent. They're trying to recruit Nia. Ah, she didn't want it. She's ripped it, mate. No, not interested. I do like how Alba was about to hit her with a stack of papers and Chelsea was like, no, don't. Here's Steph. I'm still thinking about it. So good. Guys, do you remember when we watched that match? Do you remember that match between Sammy and Javon? That was good. If you've been impressed with Javon Evans and you want to watch a bit more of Javon Evans, feel free to join us tomorrow. We will be watching NXT No Mercy. Javon versus Josh Briggs. Both of the NXT top titles are being defended as well. And actually, we saw in Unseen that both the challengers for those top titles are favourites. So there is a lot to enjoy. 21 years old, Javon. 21 years old. Jacob and Drew's segment and the Sammy and Javon segments have saved this show, says Brony. Yeah, I mean, I don't know that the show was necessarily in the toilet. I think the women's tag was maybe the low point, but I got a couple of bits out of it. I mean, I don't want to say something was good if it wasn't really very good, but I genuinely got a couple of things out of it. Oh, mate, that cutter is going to live rent-free in my head for a little while. It was huge. And you know, with those moves that are like really high risk as well, I mean, you just got to go for it, ain't you? There's so much that, I mean, you can go up and just slip on the rope and make yourself look so stupid. If you're someone like Javon that takes those kind of aerial risks, you've always got a chance of slipping on the rope and not quite finding the grip. You've always got a chance of something just going just slightly awry, something not working, something not looking good. Like, it's one thing to deliver a clothesline. It's another thing to, like, jump in the air and then have to try and deliver a cutter as you're coming on the way down, you know? I mean, I feel like the margin and room for error is so much greater with what Javon does. I mean, for him to be 21, to go out on SmackDown, put in a performance like that, go for those. I mean, that's what he's about, isn't he? That's why he stands out, because he takes the high risks. And with high risk comes high rewards. But I don't know. I'd love to know if he gets nervous. I'd love to know if he feels nerves. Because there's so much that could go wrong there. I'd love to know if, like, backstage he was like, or was he just young and excited? And just like, yeah, I've got this, man. I don't know. I want to know, though. 21, Javon. I've never seen Style before. I don't watch NXT, but I am impressed, says Catherine. Well, Catherine, I'm pleased to hear that you was impressed by what you just saw. I think he's phenomenal. I think we all do. I mean, I'm not saying anything people aren't saying. I mean, everyone says it. Javon is amazing. And 21, yeah. I mean, what's crazy is, as long as he looks after himself, which, you know, I think his style might kind of take wear and tear on the body a bit, but I mean, if you look at Rey Mysterio, he's been going a long, long time. He's got a very lucha style, very, risk-taking style. He goes up top, delivers splashes, and 619s and, you know, springboard attacks. So, I mean, Javon, I think, is actually taking things a little even further than what we see from, like, Ray. But if you think that if Javon stays healthy, he could have a 25-year career. I'm not even exaggerating. He's 21. In 25 years, he'll be 46. I mean, I think Randy Orton's 48. I sort of feel like 46, 45, 46. That is really not impossible. And even if people want to go, no, he won't have 25 years. Well, he'll have 20 then. He'll be 41. I mean, it's amazing. Oh, right there we've got, this is following on from last week. Kit Wilson and Damien. There's Aleister Black in the background. Wake up, Damien. Okay, what we got here then? You're toxic. Is that Theory? Was that Theory in the background? Did we just see Theory? Did we just see Theory? I might have just seen Theory. There's Aleister, but I feel like I saw Theory in the background. We've got Aleister. He's just laid out Damien. Looks like we're getting somewhere. Happy birthday. Oh, it's Damien's birthday. Happy birthday, mate. Penta's 40, Mysterio's 50. I could see Javon having a lengthy career, says Cody Rhodes is Huss. Okay, is this Jade? Are we going to our... Blimey, now we've only got 20 minutes left to go. What the hell happened to this show? Dude, where did this show go? Mate. What's he doing up there? What's he doing up there? Sportskeeda. Built different. That is a sick image, isn't it? That is a sick image. Imagine that at WrestleMania with a WrestleMania background. Wow. So exciting. There are exciting things going on in WWE. D-Porter said, great content, love the channel, said D-Porter. D-Porter, thank you, my friends. I'm pleased you enjoy hanging out here, and yeah, I mean, honestly, it's a pleasure to be watching WWE at the moment. There's some, you know, not everything has landed this year. We're not going to paint an incorrect picture. We're honest to a fault, but yeah, I mean, I've found this a very watchable, very easy show to sit through and watch, and now we've got a women's championship match. We could get a title change here. We could get a return here. I mean, we could get anything going down here. I don't know that Tiffany wins and that's the end of the show. It could be, but, you know, we'll have to find out. But, I don't know, I found this a very easy show to watch. I really enjoyed... Well, NXT has been very good in 2025. That's not let us down. Raw has been a lot better recently. Sammy's open challenges, I mean, he's not missed. I mean, his match with Cena was a banger. His match with Rey Fenix was a banger. His match with Carmelo Hayes was a banger. And he's just put on a fantastic match there by Javon. Javon doing a lot of the match-stealing moments, of course, but that's what it was for. Really, it was a way of presenting Javon and using Sammy to kind of showcase him. But this is why the open challenge thing works so well. And hopefully this is building Sammy up as well, as like people are looking at Sammy and the fact he's a fighting champion and he's giving opportunity. And putting on. I mean, like, really giving us something to look forward to each week. So yeah, D Porter, thank you, my friends. Shout out to you. I hope you've been enjoying SmackDown as well. And Stem Shroom, shout out to you, buds. Cynthia said, I believe in Trinidad flag guy. Yes, we all do. We all do. The real GOAT. Daz said, who do we think Cena's last match will be? Well, the streets have said Gunther pretty consistently. For me, I'll be surprised if it's anyone other than Gunther. But, you know, never know. Dude, I need to know if Theory showed up in the background, because on my list, no one's talking about it, but I swear I saw Theory. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. I'm telling you words. And I'm standing by those words. All the women are in the ring. Love that for them. Jade getting her entrance. My list of trusted sources that I follow are not talking about it. So I'm going to venture away from my list of trusted sources. Perhaps it wasn't Theory, but there was definitely someone in the background that looked Theory-ish. I think it was Finn, said Nico. Oh, okay. Tiffany Stratton getting her entrance announcements. So, okay, so you saw someone, but you think it was Finn. I could believe it was Finn. I could believe it was Finn. I am standing firm that there was someone in the background and that it was a wrestler, and that I'm not seeing lots of people talk about it yet. Jade, Nia, and Tiffany. And to be honest, that's the kind of thing I normally miss. So I'm thrilled. That's normally me missing it. Let me search Finn Balor, see if people are speaking about Finn. Wardrobe malfunction coming up, says Doug. Wardrobe malfunction. There's no picture on there. Ah, Johnny sent it me. Who is it? If I save it and zoom in, I think it's Theory. We've gone to commercial break. The chain makes me think Theory. I don't think that's Finn. The person walked out and then they went back again. I mean, the fact they're wearing a chain, I think it's Theory. I thought it was Theory, says Bones. Tamatonga. Ah, Tama's not a bad shout, actually. Tama's not a bad shout. Oh, that's annoying, isn't it? So we've established there is someone. We didn't dream it, but we still don't know who the flip it is. We're the best. We're the best detectives in the world. Oh, here we go. Black Eye said definitely not Theory. I don't know. Maybe it is Tama. The black, I think, like, I don't know. Yeah, the tattoos make me think not. I suppose it was the chain that was making me think that it was. Tama, maybe? Who do we think? Tama? Are we leaning Tama? Why would Tama just be in the background of this, though? Oh, we got the actual footage. I don't think I'd get away with playing... Oh, will I? Gamble. Gamble. If in doubt, gamble. Okay, so he pushes him. Can you see he walks out? There he is, walks out. Kind of walks out. Stands there for a second. And then just backs away. As if like, oh, I shouldn't have been in that shot. And then he's gone. So he comes out, stands there for a second, and then backs away. And disappears. But who are you? Who are you? I'll add the footage. We'll show that in the Talking's Points video. Interesting. That's probably the clearest we've got of it, actually. Right, Nia, sticking a finger up to people. Let's get back to this match, Sal, because we've only got 12 minutes. We are at commercial break, though, for the next 10 seconds. We've just been at commercial break. So if you are just joining us, let's end this poll. Of course, it is a very well-received match. Johnny said perhaps it's just a random backstage guy. Let's go. 1955. Great. 74. Okay, Jade back up on her feet. Grabbing a hold of Tiffany. Jade going into the ring post. Nia coming over. What's she say? Playtime's over. She splashes into Tiffany. Hurls Tiffany over the other side. Charges into Tiffany. Again over the other side. Winner of this, I believe, is going to go on to face Stephanie. WWE just did a quick poll. Who's going to win? And 54% said Tiffany. 39% said Jade's. Pump hand. What the hell was that? She like pump handled, but over. What was the mechanics on that? So she grabbed her, and rather than doing like a pump handle slam, she like. I need to rewatch that. Kind of felt like it was a botch, but I don't think it was. I think it's like a pump handle. I don't even know what it was. I didn't expect to get flummoxed by a Jade Cargill move. But here we are. Jade has got Tiffany down. Tiffany rolling through. She's got the shoulders. I think Nia was a bit delayed at the save there, to be honest. Right now we got Tiffany going to the outsides. Tiffany's going up. Swanton by Tiffany. She just goes into a super kick. Jade, why have you done that? Jade just super kicked Tiffany. Tiffany fell on Nia. And Jade could have just lost that match because she didn't have any energy to break the pin. She just super kicked Tiffany and then collapsed down. But Tiffany could have just won the match then. Referee's over, just checking on Jade to see if Jade's okay. Forearm shot coming in. This whole chat has turned to smut, said Opala. Oh, have we? Have we? Okay. I'm here for that. Forearm shot coming in there by Tiffany. Shot coming back there by Jade's. I tell you what, Nia's having a bit more fun with the crowds. What the hell's that? What the hell's that? What's this? What the hell's this? don't know what that dance is. Is that like, check out my big balls? Is that what it was? Here's my big swinging balls. Is that what she was saying? I don't know what she was saying. She was like... I think we're meant to look at her balls. Annihilator there by Nia. Well, that's done her balls no good. I can tell you that much. Jumping down off that height. Oh, Tiffany goes into the corner. Ain't going to do any good. Your balls are going to be absolutely knackered. Kicks coming in there by Jade. Nia charges into Jade. Jade goes into Tiffany. Jade goes to the outsides. Oh, Nia colliding into Tiffany. I wonder if she started doing that dance on a regular basis, would she get over? What's the crowd chant? Balls, 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 balls. Nia, big balls. Nia, big balls. Nia, big balls. Dude, she's over with me. It's worked. It's the most interesting thing Nia's done since she screamed out my hole. Headbutt coming in there by Nia. Sat in the corner. Both the Eva Marie wannabes are going to go for this superplex. Booker T's like, no way. They're going to pull it off, but they pull it off. Nia down after being superplexed by Eva Marie 1 and Eva Marie 2. Crowd are saying, holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. How long we got? 6 minutes to go. 6 minutes. Wow, we got "This is awesome" chant. Crowd are enjoying it. Looking for the prettiest moonsault. She lands it on Nia. 1, 2. Oh, Jade makes the save. I think this match has been a little botchy just in a few places, but there's been some big spots. There's been some wonderful dancing. I think the dancing has been the highlight, actually. Michael Cole said it's been a great night. Shot coming in there by Tiffany. Uppercut coming back there by Jade. Forearm smash coming in there by Tiffany. Knee to the midsection. Tiffany going over against the ropes. Looking for a power bomb. No, taken over. We got Jade going back to the corner. Tiffany over the other side. Cartwheel. Backflip. Elbow. Gets caught. Gets caught. I think she's going for Jaded. She's going for Jaded. Jaded connects. Jaded connects. 2. Oh! I thought the 3 had hit, you know. Nia Jax pulls the ref out the ring. What has happened to Nia? She's become hilarious. We had Nia dancing around earlier. Now she's like, well... Jade is not finding the humor in all of this, though. She strips the table. She grabs Nia. She's going to power her up. No. Little bit too much to ask at this stage, as Jade just went hard into those steps, mate. I don't know that went to plan at all. I don't know that went to plan. Oh, my God. Oh, no, there's bloods. There's bloods. That did not go to plan. There's bloods. Jade is legit busted. Jade is bleeding. We've got colour. We've got colour. Mates, look at the bloods. Game over, dude. I made her bleed. And she loves it as well. Nia with a smile on her face. Jade, though, she's going to go and try and pout. Look at this. Oh, Samoan drop. Samoan drop onto the steps. Oh, mate! 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 That's a really iconic shot there. That looks moody, man. It was all coming down. Like, the ref is straight over. The ref's like, oh, my God. That's a badass image, though. That's a little bit like Becky on the steps 2018 after, again, it was Nia busted Becky's nose. Oh, my God. Eye of the Storm, but Nia kicks out. Tiffany's in. Oh, my God. There's bodies everywhere. 1, 2, 3. Huh? What? What the hell? What the hell? That was a 3. Oh, screw job. It's a screw job. It's a screw job. What the hell was that? What the hell was that? Prettiest moonsault. 1, 2. Why didn't we just do the 3 just? Do you think the referee honestly thought Nia had got her shoulder up? Do you think that's what it was? Do you think she looked and honestly thought Nia had got her shoulder up? Because we just do a prettiest moonsault and then we do the 3 anyway. Oh, mate, the end of that is mental. Who hit her head? Was it Jade or the ref? Because I don't know what the ref saw. Jade didn't, Nia didn't look like she had her shoulders up. Mate, this was mental. This is like one of the most mental 3 minutes of WWE action in 2025. I mean, it's a sick moonsault in all fairness, but we could have finished that match just moments earlier. But there we go. So the match is made. It's Stephanie. Stephanie is going to be in there against Tiffany. We got the graphic. Mate, that's mental. What we've just witnessed. What we've all experienced together tonight. Okay, Stephanie's coming down. Stephanie's making her way down to the ring. That was poop. Well, the finish was unfortunate with whatever just happened at the end, but at least the person that was going to win ended up still winning. So, we botched it, but it didn't affect the outcome. We kind of prevented Tiffany from winning, so a few moments later she could win. I just don't get it. I don't know what the ref saw. I can only imagine she thought she saw Nia's shoulder up. So she didn't want to count the 3, which is the right thing to do. But from our angle, it didn't look like the shoulder was up. So Stephanie and Tiffany are face to face in the ring. It's Tiffy time. Stephanie's going, it's over. Tiffy time is over. Tiffy time is over. Trini said the end messed up any goodwill the match had. That's it. That is it. We are a harsh community. We do not forgive. Not on my watch. Our standards are too high. I'm going to say that ruined this episode of Smackdown. In fact, I'm going to go further. It's ruined 2025. And 2025 was ruined anyway, to be honest. I just want a clip of Nia dancing. That's all I want. I'm just sat here going, is there a clip of Nia dancing anywhere? I just want Nia doing that because I can't do a talking points video without that footage. How am I meant to do a talking points video without that footage? Clearly the biggest thing that went down on this show is Nia doing whatever that dance was. -5. They've ruined wrestling for me. I think that's fair. To be honest, I think that's fair. I think you're right. I think wrestling itself, pro wrestling as a form of entertainment, died tonight. AE-dub, 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 AE-dub. Tony Khan, Tony Khan, Tony Khan, Tony Khan. Oh, you know he's hearing this. And you know he's got an erection right now. You know. I feel like that ref makes the most botches when it comes to counting pins. It's like 4 or 5 times I've seen this year. Maybe it's nerves on her end, said official MB Me. I don't really know, to be honest, if it's nerves. I mean, if you count the 3, I mean, it's hard to say why that would be nerves if you're going to just count a 3, shoulders down, 1, 2, 3. I genuinely feel like it's she's counting, and I can only imagine that there's only 2 things that could be going in her head. The first thing is, oh my God, Tiffany's not done her prettiest moonsault. We've still got to do that spot. So I can't finish the match here, otherwise she won't be able to do that. I mean, what I would say is, if that's your thought, it really doesn't matter. It's more important you just count the 3. It's only a move. It's only a prettiest moonsault. Like, it was fine to end it at that point. If that's what has caused the delay, I think that's a real shame. I think that's a mistake. The other thought, though, is that she was counting and genuinely saw that Nia's shoulder wasn't down. It might not have been by much, but from her vantage point, she might have looked at it and gone, no, I can't. And if that's the reason, I'm okay with it, because I think referees are right to not count the 3 if they are genuinely not seeing the shoulders being down. You never quite know what camera angles the fans at home are seeing. And I think it would be a lot worse if she counted the 3 and very obviously Nia's shoulders were not down. The problem is, from our vantage point where the camera was for us, it did not look like any shoulders were up. It looked like it was absolutely fine. There didn't seem to be any movement or any reason why she wouldn't count the 3. So I would love to know the thought process. I'd love to know kind of what was in her mind. I'd love to know as to why she didn't count that 3. I don't have an answer for it. I'd love to know the reason for it. But I don't think it would be nerves, because how would nerves get involved? Well, you just count to 3 and you've already counted 2. 1, 2. There's a reason why you don't count the 3. It's either because there's another spot that's meant to happen that we haven't done, or you genuinely think that shoulder is up. If it's the missed spot, which was just a moonsault, no, should have counted the 3. If the shoulder's up, I'm okay with it, but I don't see that. I'm struggling to see that. Right, it's Tiffany's fault. She missed the breakup. Nia kicked out of Jade's move. Tiffany threw out Jade's, then pinned Nia with doing anything after. Nia kicked already, so the ref changed the finish. Not the ref's job. The ref's got a very simple job. Count the 3. If the shoulders are down, you count the 3. And that's what they're told as well. I mean, we've heard many, many times the referees are told, you count the 3. Like, you don't mess around with the rules. We deal with it afterwards. And actually, in this case, it was Tiffany that was getting the pin, and Tiffany was the one that was meant to win the match, because after her prettiest moonsault, she wins the match anyway. So for me, no. I mean, it's if people want to complain, oh, Tiffany didn't really do anything to Nia before the 3, that's one complaint, isn't it? That's a grumble that people will have, and it's a mistake. But the referee is trying to make up for the mistake by doing another mistake, which is a more obvious mistake, which has only made things so much more worse. I mean, it's so simple. The referee counts the 3. If the shoulders are down, you count the 3, and it ain't the ref's fault. The ref has just got to keep a nice, steady count, and it is up to the wrestlers to make sure they get their shoulders up and that they are getting kicked out on that 3. I really hate seeing refs do that 1, 2, and then, like, you know, they're kind of making themselves and everything look really stupid. So if it is that, like, I think the ref was wrong. I really think the ref was wrong. But I don't know if it was that. I really don't know. I don't know what her mindset was. She might turn around and say that when she looked, it looked like the shoulder was up. But yeah, historically, the refs are told you just count the 3. We'll deal with whatever has happened afterwards. It's more important that we actually keep the integrity of the match. Once upon a time, we tried to convince people this was real, you know? Yeah, honestly, once upon a time, we tried to convince people this was a real sport. So that's why it's important that you don't faff around. Whoever produced that last match is going to get chewed out. Well, I don't know, actually. I don't know that it's their fault. I don't know that they would get the blame because, well, first of all, we don't quite know what's happened. And then also we don't quite... I mean, that finish clearly is not what was booked. The person producing the match didn't say, you know, don't kick out, make the referee look a bit stupid. I mean, that's just something that's happened in the ring at the time, isn't it? So I don't know that the producer's the one that's going to get the heat for that. I'd imagine they'll all just get the heat, to be honest. I mean, if you're involved in a match that doesn't quite go to plan at the end, I'd imagine everyone's going to get a bit. So you could be right. But I don't think the producer should get the heat for it. I don't think the producer is the one that was responsible for that being the underwhelming finish that it was. This is the Jade thing. Look at that. That looks like quite a deep wound, actually, up there. Badass. Badass. Right. Did anyone else think that Nia was flat? From the moment she walked out, her walk up to the ring, it was like she didn't want to be there. I didn't feel like she was flat, but I did feel like she was in a very playful mood. I mean, she did that sort of dance. She was interacting with the crowd. I didn't get the vibe that she wasn't engaged or anything. I didn't get the impression that she was, like, you know, not bothered and phoning it in. There was a different vibe to her, I will agree. But she was, I don't know, seemed a bit more playful than usual. Don't know, lots to break down with that. Do you know what we've got? We've got lots of talking points. That's what we've got. It is. It's what we've got. And it's what I look for. And it's what we celebrate. Big Time said, there's been a match that fell apart. Has there been a match that fell apart that badly? Everyone was botching everywhere. There was missed time management and pacing and miscommunication, and all 3 wrestlers and referee had no communication. I think that match had some moments in it where they did get like some good spots done. There were definitely moments where there was miscommunication and a lot of people not on the same page. Yes, we have had bad matches in WWE before, and that is a match that I think is going to lean more, because of the finish, more so. I mean, if they had just wrapped that thing up, I think people would have said, oh, it was clunky in places, but it had a few moments. But with that botched finish as well, I think the general reaction will be, ooh, yeesh, you know? Jade busted open, not meant to happen, of course. And as you said, a few missed timings and a few, that finish obviously standing out. I think that this is the concern with Tiffany, that she is a talent that's in development. Like, she is a talent that brags about having only walked in the door a few years ago and look where she is now. But the downside of that is that she is also still very limited. Like, she just doesn't have loads of experience. And you could make an argument that we've rushed Tiffany, and that she shouldn't be in the spot that she's in, and that we're trying to make her out to be a much more established star and a much more competent star than she actually is, right? And Nia, as we know, is not like this in-ring technician. I mean, with Nia, she's just, I don't know, she's Braun Strowman. She gets in there, she messes people up. I mean, I think Nia's at her best when she's in a street fight. I think Nia's at her best when she's in there with someone that she can really unload on, like a Raquel or a Rhea or a Lash Legend. You know, that for me is where Nia kind of shines. I mean, you can do Nia Zelina and things like that, but I mean, there's big concerns someone's going to come out of that injured, and it probably ain't Nia. So, you know, I don't think Nia is kind of held up as this technician. And then you've got Jade. I mean, Jade is someone that I think a lot of people would say is quite undercooked and someone that, you know, probably should have gone to NXT first. So, I don't know, man. You put Nia, Tiffany, and Jade all in a match. I don't know about you, but I was not expecting that to be a smooth, technical masterpiece. So, yeah, I don't know. I think there was definitely things in there that were a bit clunky. There were things in there that I was sort of half expecting. But, yeah, that finish didn't quite go to plan, and neither did flipping Jade's face going into those steps. Restaurant said, I just realised that Nia threw Jade into the steps. Another casualty for Nia. She's in all these big moments when it comes to busting up the women's talent. Daze, why do referees do that spot where the pinfall gets paused? Because the wrestlers miss their cue, don't know. Same thing happened with Jasper and Ober. It's awkward and messy. I have absolutely no idea why the referees pause. I cannot answer it. I really cannot answer it, especially because historically, famously, the referees have always been told you count the three. I suppose there's part of the referee is the only one that's really in control in that moment, right? So they're the ones, obviously, that count the 1, 2, 3. So they are the only people. If that wrestler is not kicking out, the only person that can make a difference is the ref. So they are the only ones that can delay that 3. And so I wonder if there is just a voice that kicks in and says, don't count the 3, delay it, save the moment, make out a shoulder was up. You know, there's a way of kind of, you know, I suppose you don't want to go to the back and get shouted at. I suppose you don't want to go to the back and have people having a go at you, saying like, you know, oh, you counted the 3, and that meant that we didn't get the prettiest moonsault in, you know, and like you don't want Tiffany having a go at you for that. But for me, I mean, it ain't the ref's fault, is it? It's Nia's fault for not kicking out. It's Nia is the one that's to blame. She should have kicked out. She should have got that shoulder up. She didn't. The problem you've got, though, is that for whatever reason, if a wrestler ever is stunned, I mean, the thing about wrestling is, like, you can get knocked down, hit your head, and actually, like, not quite know where you are for a moment, and legitimately not kick out on 3. I mean, it could legitimately be a case where you're like, sometimes we've seen people get pinned down and their pin's so good they actually can't get a shoulder up, like they're actually being pinned and they can't quite get the shoulder up. So I've seen it where, like, sometimes back in the day, you would have wrestlers holding the 2 shoulders down. It's funny how you don't really see that as a pin. It's weird, isn't it? How if you was in a proper sporting contest and you had to pin your opponent, chances are you would see a lot more people holding the shoulders down. But you don't see it. Because obviously in pro wrestling, we want the drama of the shoulder getting up. Yeah. If someone's holding the shoulders down, it's going to be a lot harder for them to get those shoulders up. So, I mean, a lot of this gets into the actual grey area of professional wrestling where it is a sport meeting entertainment. And so, you know, I mean, why do kickouts happen at 2.99999? You know, it's one of those where they leave it to the last second to kind of milk the drama. But again, that means you run it close to actually botching and not getting it up in time. But why a referee does not just count the 3, I especially when everything I've ever heard is that they are told to, I really don't know. I really don't know. I really wish they would sit these refs down and just reiterate, if you count a 3 and it is a 3, and the shoulders were down, and there is no complaints, it is not your fault. You are not to blame. You are doing your job. You are upholding the rules of wrestling. The rule is pin your opponent, 1, 2, 3, done. And you're doing that. And respect. And that's exactly how it should be. So why referees are not getting that message, I don't know. To be honest, since TKO took over, since Vince left, I actually don't know the messages they get sent. I mean, when I say historically they were told to count the 3, I am going back to the Vince era. I am going back before the pandemic. I mean, I might be going back 2018. Do you know what I mean? Which to me doesn't seem that long ago. But actually now is like 7 years. So who knows what they're being told these days? Who knows what the TKO Triple H way of doing things are? But if it is delay the 3 count, then I think it's stupid. I think it's rubbish. It looks rubbish. I don't think anyone's going to tell you that the way that match just finished and ended is acceptable. It looks rubbish. It looks like a joke. If the shoulders are down, you count the 3. Really simple. Right, anyway, I need to go because we've got a lot of stuff to do, haven't we? So there we go. That was SmackDown. And with all the moaning, complaining, crying, I still really enjoyed it. And I even got some stuff from that main event match. I mean, let's not make no mistake. I ain't down on this show. I actually thought it was pretty good. So, yeah. Thumbs up from me. But I understand why people are frustrated. So we can talk about it in talking points. We can talk about it in our review. So a big thank you to everyone that's joined us. I hope you enjoyed this stream. We really did tackle a few topics before we started on SmackDown. And then during SmackDown, we've had a few things to get our teeth into, actually. So I'll get the talking points video done now, and we'll try and talk about where we're going next. We'll see what the reaction is to a few things. Then, of course, I'll do the review. Then, of course, I'll do Unseen, where we round up all the news. And then tomorrow I'm back as we do NXT No Mercy. And don't forget, the young OG, you can see him in action tomorrow, as well as a weaponized cage match and Ethan Page defending the mid-card belt, Obafemi defending that top title. We've also got JC Jane defending that women's championship. Should be good. Should be good. If you're around, swing in, say hello, and have a great evening wherever you are. Cameron said, big news. Ash by Elegance has given up the title. Now it's going to be Casey Lee against Kalani Jordan. Cameron, thank you. Appreciate it. Sonny said, when you said 7, do you mean 9 Eastern for Discords? Yeah, I think for Discord on Sunday, I said I would jump in for an hour, didn't I, at midnight, my time. Well, I'm 5 hours ahead of Eastern time, so that would be 7 p.m. Eastern time. So, yeah, midnight, I'll jump in on Sunday for that. So, there you go, Sonny. Right, thanks for watching. Bye for now.